I just don't know how you guys feel about that, where your villagers are all spread out, kind of like Nomad, where your villagers like your three villagers, they're spread out, so you don't generally have a like an official line. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys remember that. We played the one where you remember where all your villagers were spread everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
and then you had to kind of like figure out how to get to your teammates and things like that. Maybe that's too chaotic, I guess. And one of the issues there, I think, was that if you ended up building your base and then I don't know, maybe it was a stronger player on the on the other side, like you're kind of screwed. You're kind of screwed. So like that was kind of like an issue. But I am thinking of some interesting map dynamics that'll kind of like make it so that it's not just like, hey, I'm against this person. Maybe there are certain things you can do objective wise, or maybe I don't know, I'm making stuff up. Like, what if you had to collect a certain amount of relics, and whoever had the most relics at the end wins? So it's less about like killing the other person and more about fighting like crazy for getting relics. I don't know. But the problem with all of that is that it highlights like right units, right counters, hit and run attacks. And the problem is that right now we just struggle just doing regular pushes. So then if you have like different teams with different units and then you're not set up for that, like you can't rapidly react, then I think you'll just get like, destroyed. And then whoever knows more about the game ends up like always winning. And I don't know, man. I think even in that case, it ends up being rigged. So I don't want it to be like that. It needs to be more fun where, there's room for error, there's room for mistakes. People can still die and still have a chance to come back. I think those are more fun because you learn and you can figure out like, oh, my unit died here or my unit combination died here, so let me just change it to something else, something like that. So I think we're still working on that. I'm sure that me and Salman will come up with something on how that'll, work. So let's see how that game type works. How did you guys ever feel about the free for all stuff, by the way?
Well, remember there was an interesting like free for all, or maybe even like like the 2v2v2 kind of scenario we're talking about in that circular kind of map. You know what I mean? Where technically it's not like you have one side only. Like basically everyone has someone around them, right? So that may not be a bad, interesting one to.
Which one was that, Shoaib?
It was a long time ago, maybe like last year or something. But the map was kind of like designed in a circular fashion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where basically like like technically everyone had.
You mean where we had those resources in the mid, but the whole map was circular?
I'm trying to remember. I think the resources.
You guys remember that? It was all circular with trees, and you had to, of course, in that case, maybe you had to do some cutting before you got to mid, but everyone was like on the edges. And it was circular. And then there were all this fighting was happening in the mid side. And the sides were kind of like the sides were kind of narrow, so people were like kind of fighting, kind of walling and fighting for the relics and some resources there, but the big fights were all happening in mid. I don't know even if you remember what I'm talking about, but
I don't remember it right now.
The only thing you can think of is when I talk about mid resources is the 3v3 map or the 4v4 map that we played with the mid and the sides. Yeah, exactly. I know, brother.
All right, here we go, guys. So sorry.
Hey, man, we don't want you in here.
Oh shit.
Hopefully that's the dude. Like, I thought it was like, so we're on the last boss, and for this week we were up to it last week, so we were gonna extend. Instead, it's like, oh no, we'll keep doing the bosses, and like I'm like, okay, so we're just gonna putz around because you can hop different lockouts. So I thought maybe okay, we'll spend like 30 minutes on like just kind of just fucking around while we wait for this dude to join. And then first of all, he never joined, and then we finally got to it, and it's like 11 o'clock. So it's like, sorry,
it's all good.
at that time, I mean, it was 7:30, and we started then. So I'm like, okay, like, why would I
Oh,
panic and tell you guys? Like, yeah,
The guy that never joined was sending you a message that that guy needed to be you.
he was actually at the racetrack, I guess.
And there would be some other guy in some other Discord channel saying, "Man, that Logan guy, where the hell was he?" And then the raid leader would be like, "Man, the guy had commitments. You know, he just couldn't do it."
I mean, like I said, I didn't expect us. I mean, we started at 7:30, and I'm like, okay, we're not. Yeah, but we finally got to the boss that we actually needed to practice on just about like 45 minutes ago. So,
All right, so tell me that you killed him.
no.
The second you said 45 minutes, I already knew the answer. No. The words 45 minutes ago and practice means no.
Yeah.
Well, I told the raid leader, I was like, all right, I can't do this anymore. I gotta go. So I should have said that sooner, but I didn't want to be that guy. So yeah.
Well, I guess you're not.
Plus, they need me, man. They freaking need me. The lead healer is getting destroyed by me now. It's pretty funny. He's got like 10 item level over me, which is about a big difference. And the fact that I'm out healing him now. He even told me the main healer. He was like, "Do you want to take the? There's a fight where you like primarily heal," and he was like, "Do you want to take that?" And I was like, "No, you still do it," because I kind of like I don't know, just wanted to see if I can. I actually kind of fought with, or not fought, but like because you get a buff on that fight. So like if you're healing, you get like really massive healing. So I probably would have just destroyed it, but I see if I could keep up with him with the buff, and I kind of did. We'll see with the logs. Why can't I find the game? Can someone send me it? Sorry. Alright, actually, I'll just do it through Steam. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, guys.
All right. So I did you see the map, by the way?
Yeah.
I guess
Yes.
you've seen the map, right? Okay. So for now, the way I'm gonna kind of like structure this is I just want to try this format just to see how it works. So what I want to do is I'm gonna be locked in. I still think the combo. I want to see how I want to test the combo of Fassel support with Salmon. Just it's a different dynamic. However, you guys need to pick one player. That's kind of like who's also locked, by the way. And you'll have four, and then you'll have the 3 players. Okay. And then there's AI to just provide like that initial buffer. Again, it's not like the craziest of things. There's opportunity costs if you want to, like what it means to be in mid, what it means to be on sides. Like basically there's a phased approach. So I just want you guys to make sure that you're working the context of the phased approach. There is no ending quick, immediately, or fast. I just want to make sure that so here's the setup. It is kind of like a 3v2. So in the very beginning, it'll be like a 3v2, which will then open up into a 4v3. But the 3v2 will be very interesting to see like how you guys play that, given that you've got like some experience now. All right, I don't want to say too much other than that. Like other than that, it's pretty. They're very it has some very similar. It shares similarities with the previous maps. It's not like you don't know what the deal is, what the situation is. But like everything else, if you go too much on the sides, you may leave the mid side open. If you go in mid, there's a chance that the sides are left open. Pick and choose the type of poison you want, and then and just because, and even if you have an advantage, by the way, advantages can work in a funny way where it allows you room to operate and do other things. Right? So suddenly, maybe you give up something, but you gain something. But by maybe you gain enough that what you thought you gave up, potentially you now can reclaim. So you're like even in a stronger position. The idea is that as you get into phase 3 of the game, mid to phase 3 of the game, you got like this running momentum going on, like really good momentum. So just keep all of that stuff in mind, and then let's start. Like honestly, let's go, because you see the map. So
Hey, where's
You
the
need
gray
AI?
color?
Do you need an AI here or no?
yes, it is. I am gonna make it. I'm just talking to you guys.
That's the gray
Uh,
color.
Gray color. I mean, he'll be there. I'm gonna pick him.
So,
So-
I guess, what are the colors of the team of four? Like purple, teal, orange, and what?
So blue, green, and red is one. It's in the name of the map.
And yellow.
So yellow is all.
I mean, if on the picture you shared, it seems like yellow is on the blue, green, and red side. So that's
Yeah,
why
I
asking.
know. Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me see. I made two. I made another.
Where's that
Uh,
gold? You guys giving it
Or we
unfair
can just switch
advantage.
the colors.
Say that again? No,
Just
there's
kidding.
nothing to switch. Hold on. Hold on. Because I already have that other picture too. Wait, 1 second. I guess I only sent you. Hey, I only sent you one picture.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I sent you the one with the yellow. Oh, I sent. The yellow is on your side, or the yellow is on my on
Yellow's
on.
on your side right now.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
not.
you have traffic lights.
Yeah. That's nuts. That's. Hold on. Let me send this one. Is it more clear? Check. It's on.
Yes.
Yeah,
yellow's on the
this is
picture.
fine.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. So you guys can switch and let's go.
What's the name of that one?
All right.
I'll just figure it out.
It's literally you could say push and pull the same, except
BGR.
I mean technically it's
no.
BGR. It is that is the name. BGR is the one. The one that I shared earlier is BGYR.
Yeah, let me edit that.
You guys ready?
Are you
on your
guys?
teams?
I already
Me,
said
it's me, Munsif, me, you, Logan, and Sharky.
yeah, and one player is you're locking
One
in.
of our players we're gonna lock in.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. YOLO.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, I want to take it easy tonight.
Well, I mean you're not going to because I'm just saying like you're it's 3v2. Well, it's 3v2. So, but there is buffer with the tower, so I'm just saying it's not going to be the easiest thing for them to zerg early or zerg with food units or anything like that. Probably end up like people are going to have to do some dual stuff, dual roles, and figure out how you guys want to do that.
Straight up Spanish, that sucker.
Oh shit.
I was about to say, you want to pick them Spanish again, my friend?
It's no thinking, right? It's part of taking it easy. I don't gotta think too much. But if you've got other plans, you let me know.
Let's see what they pick first.
Mm-mm. In the meantime, I guess Alman, you can talk to Faisal about like how you guys want to take over the map and what do you guys want to do.
I don't have a method. I always just scout and see how it goes. Shall we say?
Yeah, but it's a wide map, right? So how do you want to? I mean, you're going to be doing your things, but what do you want Faisal to be doing?
Yeah, I'm looking at the map. So this doesn't have those wood patches, right?
Is this the second map we're looking at?
Yeah. So do we have to cut wood from you, Quirrell?
No. You collect you've got the wood patches.
There's no wood patches on the screenshot you sent.
Yeah, I know. It's just probably like an older map. I'm sure there is. Maybe I forgot. I can't remember anymore. Shit. I think there are. I think there is.
Because if there's not, like, we kind of have to go. Do you?
The question is, I don't know how to see it now.
That's true. So
Shall I get out of the game and do that real quick, or what?
it's your call.
Or I mean, you could wait for the game to start, and we could. In either case, we're resetting, right? So
There.
Say what? Sharky went Sicilians.
that's interesting. What's the angle there?
Infantry with 50% minus bonus damage.
What color am I?
Red. Anyway, as it's looking, Fassel, the way I'm kind of imagining it playing out is I'm going to kind of expand into the left side. You're going to expand into the right side. We're both going to come in, right? So we can move to support each other, but we're going to need vision on the left and right sides respectively, and based off spawns from what I'm looking at. I spawn left, you spawn right. So we need to get line of sight up on both those lanes and kind of secure and fortify them. So you spawn a little
Help
to
me.
the right.
Help me understand the layout again. Am I looking at it? Shit. Looking at the colors on the map.
Imagine blue being our backside.
Okay. So it's like it's a 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock migration, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
The way I'm picturing it is Kuruma is our back, right? And you and me are just kind of going forward. In the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey man, so you go forward, and then we'll both kind of go mid. Scouting, of course. Depends. Based on scouts, we will go either.
It sounds
mid
like
or
we
on the
also.
sides, but we also need to go back and secure those resources on the sides and get our markets up.
Okay.
You know that drill. Not too
Yeah.
difficult. But having a strong economy is going to be critical.
So what do you want me to go?
Well, Spanish is perfectly fine for Celts and Sicilians. Paladins will kill both of them unless they bring halbs to the field, and Kongs will kill both if they bring halbs to the field. Spanish is fine. And they're expecting you to go Spanish anyway. It's fine.
Shit.
Siberia.
I know some shit happened. Yikes. Man, I'm pretty sure that I only made that on one map and I maybe didn't do it on the other. Holy crap. I don't know. We'll see. Can't remember anymore. Ooh. Which one is the latest AI? The regular AI, right?
Yeah.
What was it? By the way, I never saw the AI builder.
Hmm?
I get an option. AI, AI CD, HD, and AI builder.
I've never seen an AI builder before either.
That's
Maybe
interesting.
it's because it's a custom map.
Maybe.
So I think he went Sicilians for the castle and town centers built 100% faster. What in the actual?
I don't know about that.
I mean, it literally says that in the tech tree.
Yeah, I know.
Castle and town centers built
Does.
100% faster.
I know it
That
does.
what's that? Instant build? Is that what the hell does that mean?
It means the double speed.
Okay.
Means one villager works like at the speed of 2. That's all that means.
Farm upgrades provide 100% additional food. Interesting.
Yeah, it's the upgrades means you get double the food from each upgrade.
Sicilian sounds like the poor man's Scots.
I don't know about that. Sicilians is actually really strong.
Okay, but Sharky's playing them.
Oh no! Oh no! No, show. No, why? Oh. Alright. Are there relics?
Mm-hmm. Oh shit, I don't remember. I think so. You know, I just don't. Yeah, they are relics. Didn't I? It's those white things.
I think
See him?
going, Lithuanians. It's hard to see white things on that map.
Yeah.
Nah, but I'm thinking about going Lithuanians. Sicilians, Mongols. Fassel, do you want
Yo.
Lithuanians or Bulgarians?
I wish I could tell you that I understood enough between the two. I'm just looking at it right now. Start with 150 food. Spearmen and skirmishers move 10% faster. Garrison and relic is 1% attack to knights. That's kind of cool. And let me look at Bulgarians real quick. Or Burgundians or Bulgarians? Bulgarians. Okay, yeah. Militia line free upgrades. Town centers cost less stone. Can make the crep posts. Conics. Okay. I kind of feel Lithuanians are a better choice, but it's really on you.
Yeah, the thing about that is the Bulgarians also have better siege and they have the better champ line to fight infantry battles.
They don't have the bombard towers, though, but you're right about the siege. They do have heavy scorps. That's a plus. And what the frick are Kreposts?
Mini castles.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Sure. That's solid, too. I don't think you go wrong with either, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Bulgarians.
Cool beans, man.
That way you can double down a little bit more on the conks.
Happy.
But remember, I don't have paladin, only you do.
Happy.
Vassal, have a military presence. Because, say for instance, you scout an opportunity. Little ladies.
Cool.
So if we see an opportunity, like we can actually kind of take advantage of the opportunity if you have military presence.
Roger.
You know me.
Yeah, so mobile or
Not necessarily mobile, but like, say for instance, like Sharky's just building in front of you, right? And he's got 5 halberdier, and you have 6 skirmishers and like 6 halberdier. But that gives you a major advantage to just upset. You know what I mean? Cost some damage, wreak some havoc. And Winsip's the one locked out, by the way.
smart move on their part. They'll get to build with some real estate. They're not going to be worried about cramped up.
Ideally, we'll finish this before he shows up. In an ideal world. Yeah, those conks are going to be important. I might try to supplement a little bit with some cav archers. We'll see. Or I might just make some cav archers if for some raiding purposes, you know, because they're pretty how do I say jacked on that infantry.
Yeah.
So how are you guys gonna? So how you guys are gonna take care of the cavalry stuff?
That's the plan.
I can help you guys with the Indians. I just feel like that maybe they'll be like too much of a heavy counter to all of them. Or if you want, I can go to Teutons. Huh? And maybe come in with like a bunch of those dudes. But it's up to you guys, just so you know. Like if you can
Also-
take their cav and stuff.
My goal is cav, infantry, a little bit of siege, and potentially a touch archers if I need it. Maybe if like raiding or something. Like cav archers, because Bulgarians can do that. Vassal is gonna have a key of heavy pallies, just like a small key, nothing major. More of the cavalry will be coming out of me later on. Earlier on, Vassal's gonna have the better cav than I will, minus the scouts.
So
Scouts I'll have
then
to-
basically, who's doing mostly the range? Do you need me to help you with the Indians with more?
So I want Vassal to focus on conks, because the conks
Okay.
will wreck all the infantry on the field.
Okay.
might-
Well, what about the cavalry charges?
That's why I'm saying I want to do infantry, a little bit of siege, and a little bit of cav. Vassal's going to be focusing on being the heart, shall we say, of the keeping those conks up. I might toss.
I mean, I mean, if y'all want, I can go Italians and shit.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
It's up to y'all though. I'll leave it up to you guys. Like you could go Italians with the archer stuff eventually. You can go like Indians with the camels to take their Lithuanians and all that other stuff, for example, if you want, with the Ellie's providing more of the archer. But then, you know, you've got like more conks and stuff going on. So the thing is like, you know, or I could go Khmer, provide you with more of the, you know. Scorpion stuff. It's up to you guys. What do you guys want? What do you guys want more shored up, I guess? Do you want the archer stuff more shored up? You want to like, you know, eventually want me to run them down with the Teutonic Knights and other stuff? Or, you know, like what's the biggest issue that you guys have? I mean, hell, I could even go Slavs. It's up to you guys, though.
The archer stuff, or the anti-cap stuff, really.
Alright, so I guess Indians it is.
We kind of have a double cav, single archer, single infantry role kind of going on. And that makes our archers pretty critical. And that makes our single line of infantry kind of critical to protect that.
So do you want, with the archers, do you want Indians or do you want Italians? Or Bretons? If you want archers. I mean, they'll have onagers coming in left and right too, so it's up to you guys.
Let's go with Italians. Vassal, keep an
Yo.
eye on those relics, man. We want to deny
Sure.
those relics as much as possible.
Copy that.
Vassal, you have you need to make your own barracks too, because you've got like full upgrades in the infantry, in the barracks. Like you have like
The
some
nice
of the
thing about
nastiest.
Nice thing about the Spanish is they can do everything. Like they have full upgrades for everything. Except siege a little bit. I think it's their siege archer line that hit a little bit. They have the conks.
You know, every time that I've ever played with you guys, I've never played Italians ever with you guys.
Changing up the dynamic, man. Gotta get that solid eco, my friend.
Приказания тотчас
Copy that.
Аз делаю, аз готова. Зиждителница. Зиждителница. Аз делаю, тотчас аз делаю.
It is what it is.
Аз делаю. Зиждителница.
Hey guys, I have no wood.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Приказания зиждителница.
No, he has saying that he has absolutely no wood.
Can't build it. That's why my score is so low.
God damn it! I knew that there was gonna be some issue. Yeah. I still gotta. It's not gonna take me that long, real quick though. Don't need to switch. Just go back and I'll fix it and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
I had a feeling there was gonna be no wood patches.
yeah. Yeah, but I just didn't expect that
Those gonna
the
have
the
no
no
wood.
wood shit. That's just some crazy.
You know that's the auto gen missing one player, which is probably gonna be player.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
yeah. You know what
player
that
8
bullshit
again,
is?
hitting
Yep.
player 5.
It's most certainly that BS. You know, they never fix this shit. It's just so kind of a little bit triggering actually. But whatever.
All right. Can you check the top? I guess there's no stone at 12 o'clock. Is that
Huh?
That is
there's
that is a fact.
Yeah, yeah.
actually.
I'll fix that shit, man. You know, you can tell that this part of the map wasn't done, so whatever.
cool?
Yeah. Thank God he mentioned that shit too. Yeah, I would remember. Do that quickly, patch it up. So the wood and all right, that's kind of done. And then let me just check everybody, man. Holy shit. Player 2, player 3, player 2, player 3. I hate doing this. Player 4, player 5, player 6. God damn, it shows that he has the wood. What the shit?
Remember, it's a different player affecting the other player. I think it's player 8 again.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like 7 or 8.
Yeah, you know, let me just yeah, you know, maybe you're right. Let me just give the player 7 the stuff. The same stuff. It won't matter anyway, but I think that's maybe you're right. The gray player not having anything, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is screwing the other players. So, oh, no. Let me just quickly fix that. Place. Yeah.
Yeah, Faisal, the reason
All
why
right.
we had to go back to Kurums is because we couldn't collect wood. Because all the towers were just gonna snipe the villagers.
What happened?
No, I was just saying because they didn't have the wood piles in the middle,
Mhm.
we're forced to go into your trees.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's right. That's right. That's
And
right.
he started building a town center next to the front wood line. And that's
Correct.
a little bit of a no-go because the towers are gonna just range your shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That Faisal. So I mean, you need to look at the map, Faisal. The towers, they're gonna destroy you. Like you can't just pick that. Wherever you see that, the Turkish towers freaking do a number. All right, game is up.
Be right back.
Can you send that invite again, Photo?
Let's get our one game in.
Pick Italians with them.
Аз готова. Да. Аз готова. Да. Зиждителница. Да. Тотчас
Ready.
аз делаю. Зиждителница. 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 Приказания? Да. Зиждителница. Зиждителница. Прав путь. Зиждителница. Приказания? Зиждителница.
Semi-stable.
Зиждителница. Аз готова.
Do you guys hear me?
Yeah. I'll build my stable.
Здрав путь. Зиждителница. Аз готова. Зиждителница.
Wait, why is my puppet 40? Fuck. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. Let me check. Can be the case. Let me see what the player 7. Shows the right pops, brother.
No. Fastos Vittoria was mine.
That's was what?
It's Vittoria. I had two.
Oh shit, there you go. How would that change the pop though? What the freak?
It's 20
Delete.
pop each, remember?
Oh, true that. Understood.
So I'm like, how am I at 40? Huh? And then I go look, I'm like, ah.
But it wasn't just you, it was me too.
What do you mean?
I also had 40 pop. I guess it acts weird. Let me make sure. Nobody picked up on it. Red player. Vassal never said shit either. The hell? Because Vassal would have had no, like he would be screwed. Yellow, purple, orange, teal. Alright.
Castle game's up.
Attack the enemy with cavalry archers. Attack the enemy with monks. Attack the enemy with arbalests. Build a wall around your town.
Приказания. Да.
Alright, here we go again.
Зиждителница. Здрав лесоруб. Аз готова. Аз делаю. Да, правильно. Аз делаю. Правильно. Зиждителница. 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 Приказания. Зиждителница. 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 Здравствуй. Зиждителница. 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 Аз готова. Зиждитель. Приказания. Зиждителница. Да. Зиждителница. Зиждительница. 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 Зиждительница.
Building my stable.
Got my stable up. Working on my scouts right now.
I hear those scouts. Tower shooting at me.
Здрав. Зиждительница. Зиждительница. Аз готова. Да, да. Зиждительница. Зиждительница.
Здрав. Приказание. Зиждител. Зиждител.
Приказания. Тотчас сделаю. Зиждительница.
Аз готов. Да. Зиждител.
Second TC.
Аз готова.
Здравствуй. Зиждител. Права.
Copy that.
Зиждител. Аз готов. Зиждител. Да. К вашим услугам. Понятно. Да, так сделай. Понятно. Так сделай. Так понятно. Так сделай. К оружию. Понятно. Понятно.
Здравствуйте. Да, правильно. Зиждительница. Зиждительница.
Приказания.
Most of my scouts have died different times. They pick up one. Got Skirms, Siege Workshop up, Alps, picking up.
Show has 2 scouts coming in. Incoming with show scouts.
Здравствуй. Присутствуй.
Приказания. Да. Здравствуйте. Да, приказания. Аз готова. Приказания. Зиждительница. Здравствуй. Зиждительница.
Siege Workshop is back.
Да, тотчас сделаю. Зиждительница.
Да.
Getting ready for a second scout run.
Зиждител. Приказания.
Shit.
Да. Зиждител. 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 Приказания.
I was working on Siege Workshop. I am taking out his farmers, the workers.
Building
Аз
stuff to
готова. Зиждительница. Зиждительница. Зиждительница.
send extra scouts in. Trying to pick off turkeys on the group.
Приказания.
Being on a second town center.
Зиждительница. Зиждительница. Зиждительница.
К вашим взглядам.
Working on a Siege Workshop.
I'm starting to get ready to cut.
Copy. We're gonna work this area right here.
Аз готов. Зиждител.
Can they see our pings?
Зиждител. Зиждител.
Just trying to
Sending some next wave of scouts.
see if I can take
Да. К вашим взглядам.
manage to take out one ram.
Приказания. Так, господин. К вашим взглядам.
Joe has about 8.
Да. Бой.
Rams?
No, not rams. He's got 8 halberdiers right now.
Статус.
Oh,
Приказание. Атака. Понятно.
Do you see this, guys? Right here?
Logan's cutting in here. Yeah, they're trying to expand it right now.
Да.
Can't hear you, Huram.
They're taking this bombard tower on this side, and they may be coming from potentially from mid. You need to just find out the buffer because they may be doing a race against time to get those towers to hit you, guys. So just keep that in mind.
Ваши условия. Оружие.
Аз готова. Зиждителница. Зиждительница. Зиждительница.
Да. Бой. Атака. Бой.
Аз готова. Да. Здравствуй. Зиждительница. Зиждительница.
Scouts are really see how far they got here. Logan's going for these. Gonna go with the relics.
Mhm.
Raj. Let me know what kind of forces you need from me.
Приказания. Зиждительница.
I don't know what's on your side.
Зиждительница.
Ваши условия. Атака.
Oh, what's show up to?
Аз готова. Приказания.
Gonna get a scouting party going here. Get you some,
Да. Приказание. Оружие.
just killed Logan's scout. Alright. Sending a scout over right now.
Зиждительница.
Son of a gun. Lost my scout.
There's that monastery. First monk snipe.
Nice.
Sweet.
What's Shuaib up to? And how's mid look?
I'm cutting
Trying
Right
to
now.
send some scouts from the backside to see what's going on in mid. Snipe second monk.
sweet.
Здравствуй. Да. Зиждител. Зиждител.
Здравствуй. Приказания. Аз готова. Зиждительница. Зиждительница. Да.
Broke through my resource area.
Sending a villager to build a
Зиждительница.
TC back
Да. Аз делаю.
Alright, ready to send a scouting party to my side.
there. Sending another scouting party out.
So Shoaib has about 12 spearmen, 3
More monks have been
rams.
sniped. More monks have been sniped.
Вашим условиям.
Okay,
Атака.
Vassal, I'm gonna hit these towers.
Приказание.
Raj.
К оружию.
Pop.
Аз готова. Здравствуйте. Зиждительница. Зиждительница. Суруб. Зиждительница.
Vassal, do you know what's going on in mid?
Yeah, I just made a report. Let me just send more scouts.
Приказания.
Вашим условиям.
Здравствуйте.
Приказание.
We got Donkey in mid. TC in mid.
Да. Так, Аздевай.
Gonna go hit Logan.
Аздевай. К оружию.
Raj.
Приказание. И атака.
Vassal, have your siege on thing
Аз готова.
hit the tower.
Приказание. Тотчас
Вашим
следую.
условиям. Так, Аздевай. Аздевай. Приказание. Да. Вашим условиям. Так, Аздевай. Приказание. Аздевай. Вашим условиям. Аздевай. Так, да. Вашим условиям. Аздевай.
You like,
Вашим условиям.
oh my god, Vassal, why did you use your siege onager, bro?
Да. Аздевай. Так.
Holy crap, bro! Raped me. Damn, killed my villagers and holy shit.
Да. Приказание.
I was looking at somewhere else.
Да. Аз готов.
Да.
Here's forward build.
Зиждительница.
Вашим
Зиждительница.
условиям. Так, господин.
I'm forward building more on the mid side.
Okay, well, I'm putting some pressure on
Да.
Logan.
Приказание. Аздевай.
Приказания. Зиждительница.
Вашим условиям. Да, вашим условиям. Так, господин. Бой. Приказание. Аздевай. И атака. Нет. Аздевай. Так, господин. Вашим условиям. К оружию. Приказание. Аздевай. Нет. Так, господин. Атака. Оружие. Да. Приказание.
Здравствуй. Зиждительница. Да, суруб. Зиждительница. Аз готова.
Get the market up, Suman, from your side.
Приказания. Да.
Building market. now.
Зиждительница.
Вашим условиям. Так, Аздевай. Да, приказание. Вашим атака. Нет.
I got Sharky and Logan trying to mass you.
Да. Так, Аздевай.
Copy. Let me know what you need from me.
Так,
Street, please.
приказание. Вашим условиям.
Copy that.
Да, Аздевай.
So did you make your market?
No.
What are you waiting for?
Аздевай.
You can build more than one and crank out like trade carts as much as you can.
Ждительница.
Making a presence in your area.
Да.
I have a lot of camels, like maybe 8 from Logan.
Hallie's under those towers should be, to be honest.
Вашим так успех. Нас готов.
Vessel was on tower.
Заждите.
Raj.
Да, понятно. Так, господин. Да, по вашим словам.
There's incoming right here. Charge in mid.
Приказание.
That's not enough. Fassel needs forces there.
Тотчас сделаю. Заждите приказания.
Да, я готов. По. Приказание. Вашим словам. Отбывай.
Да.
Mid's hurting. Fassel, you need to.
Да.
So you have to skirt in that area.
I can.
Trying to build up grand presence here.
Аз готов. Правильно. Заждите меня.
Приказание. Вашим словам. Да, господин.
Fassel, stop chasing them over there and just take out the rams. That's it.
Да, понятно. Вашим словам. Приказание. Да, отбывай. Вашим словам. Так,
Тотчас сделаю.
I've got 1500, 3400, 142, 79, 112 out of 140.
I got,
Stop chasing with the cavalry.
I
Заждите,
got
заждите.
11,100, 500.
приказание. Отбывай.
Аз готова.
Logan got his relics, by the way.
Заждительница. Правда. Заждительница.
Да. Зиждител, зиждител.
Scouting mid.
Fassel, you just need onagers for that. For cavalry for that shit.
Приказание ясно. Да, отбывай. Приказание. Отбывай.
And where's the bombard towers on your side, Fassel?
Да.
They were all taken down by the
Yeah,
charge.
make more. Make more. I mean,
There's
and we
an
need
attack,
cavalry.
attack on my side right here. Working on cavalry. I have no gold. Working on trash cavalry.
Вашим словам. Да. Ясно. Приказание. Так, господин.
Аз готова. Приказания. Протокол.
Здраво.
Got a major siege onager wave.
Don't send your shit just like that, Fassel. We gotta take out those onagers first, or your skirmishers are gonna die.
Вашим словам. Да. Отбывай.
Заждите, заждите. Да. Заждите.
Приказание. Аз готов.
Rebuilding my third town center.
Units are just going up front and dying for no reason. I don't know, you're queuing them for no reason. Up front.
Shoaib is sending mass workers up front for building up front.
I know, but what are you gonna? We need cavalry to take that shit out.
I have 17 gold, 400 food, 1600 wood.
Yeah, you're fucked. That's what it is. Fix your economy. You're sending your units to die, bro. Stop sending your shit there just like with 3 or 4 horses just going there for no reason. Don't know why you just keep doing that.
Building a castle right here. Major presence from Show.
Приказания. Правильно. Рудокоп. Аз готова. Да, заждителница.
Вашим снаряд. Да. Так, да. Сюда раздавай.
Sending a villager to build a PC on Northside Hospital.
Да, вашим снаряд. Вашим условиям.
2,000 wood, 7,000 food, 100 gold, 100 stone.
Yeah, you're done. Basically.
Да. Заждителница.
Вашим условиям.
Now holding. Managed to push them back.
Вашим снаряд. Приказание. Да.
Another wave of traps coming in.
Can't even build. There's nowhere to build. Holy shit.
Да.
Аз готова. тотчас сделаю. Ждите, 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 ждите.
The skirms are down. Or half.
Yeah. Let's go, Faisal.
Приказание. Здрав, аз готова. Аз сделаю. Рудуков, да.
Ваши разъезды. Приказание. Ваши да. Ваши
Yeah,
дела.
this I got to
Так сделано.
match the match.
Приказание.
Yeah, Faisal's down. I'm not playing. Faisal's not playing at all. That's the problem. He's not playing. I mean, there's no point in playing a game that he's not playing at all. And I don't want to beat them down on both sides. So, Faisal, you gotta take care of that economy. It's a new map, understandable. Just fix your economy issues.
GG.
Yeah. GG. Faisal was out of the game pretty early in the first 20 minutes of the game, so didn't want to kind of keep playing the game. So didn't really get a chance to play, but because Faisal was out of the game most of the time.
I guess is that because of the extra focus on the small raids and stuff, or microing
Not-
the scouts? Not really.
Not really. He just discombobulated because of the map. He didn't had like space issues. Couldn't even build his couldn't even build his economy at all. So that's why I just called it out really quick. Not much to talk about because the Faisal was out, so there's not much to say. All right, so the games are pretty good. So I'm expecting the game should be about 25-30 minutes, either way. So let's switch and let's go. Faisal, fix your economy. Let's go.
Good push. Is there someone? That was good.
Yeah, I think the scouting kind of screwed me up too.
Yeah, because you're losing your scouts. You said
No, I wasn't losing scouts. I think that spending too much time collecting intel took away from my bandwidth on working on my
yeah.
economy.
So in a 3v4, it just can't happen. And you just need to send. If you're going to send scouts, you're going to build your economy, and you're going to send after the initial one scout or two. You're not going to send scouts again. The next scouts you're going to send, I need to have you send 3 horses, or maybe 4. But you can't afford 4 horses when you got like no economy. So you have to work that economy. And by the way, you need to rapidly eat the forests around you, the patches. Otherwise, you'll have no place to build. Like you'll have no place to build. Literally, you won't have anything to do. So without your economy and you not addressing your economy, there's nothing for you to do. It's just that simple. And then notice that because you didn't eat, you weren't heavily eating up the wood. Basically, there was nowhere to build. There was like nothing. Where was I going to build? There was nothing literally for me to do anywhere. So you have to be able to like deal with that ASAP. That's why you need your town centers there. You need to be eating all the wood in mid patches. Like all the mid patches, you should be like devouring it. So make sure you get your economy down. Make sure you at least have a chance. Like, you know. And then if you're building and then making multiple mistakes on the side, is just you have no room to make a mistake on the sides, on taking that out and with your siege ram and whatnot. Your ram is good enough to take care of it. Your onager is basically it's useless. It's not, basically can't do that. As a matter of fact, I would rather you spend some time with your onager clearing some space up so you have place to build and make more farms and all that stuff. You need place to build and you need place to do that. Plus, you can't entirely leave that one side, like the side open, meaning that the Turkish towers are denying you access. So you need to figure out a way not only to get the side, but you also forgot your market. You built your market too late. So those basic things of getting your economy, getting that market, and then having the resources so that you can actually do something on your side of the map, like that's very key. And Saman, you can't be pigeonholed into just one side. Like that just can't happen.
No, I know.
You got to be able to get 2 lanes, mid and side lane. That's just how that works.
No, it's because I did that early aggressive push. So
Yeah, but just saying, like, I know you're doing that aggressive push, but you did it without knowing the state of affairs on your support player, who was basically out of the game mostly. When you went in, Faisal was dead.
no, I know.
So that's just what it is.
I wasn't counting on any support when I did that.
Remember, when it's 4v3, it's really about defending and doing counterattacks, right? Like,
True. But it's
you can't or you try to slow him down without if you can slow them down without hurting yourself in the process, power to you. Otherwise, you can't like overtly commit. It's all about contesting, building the defense, and then just kind of like doing doing that sort of like you'll need to be able to do the counter push, and then of course if they're trying to amass, kind of like we can try to break that mass. I mean, basically. So those are the things that I saw that were kind of like important mistakes, kind of were made on both sides
no.
from you and Faisal.
I know.
So
I already. Part of it was because I committed so hard, and I knew that was an issue. Like when Faisal was calling for help, and then I realized I couldn't go because if I left, then there was nothing to hold it, and they were just gonna come right through.
Yep.
So I was just like, oh, well, I kind of can't go. And that became a catch-22. You know what I mean?
sure, got to build it out, right? Can't fight everywhere. Have to pick and choose the where you want to fight. So you gotta defend more on more sides and have a place where you're attacking. But that means that you guys have to be able to take out all those all that wood in the middle, like the middle patches. They all need to kind of take care of that stuff. And then being able to build forward defensively requires taking out towers too. It's not bad, I mean, to take out the side stuff so that you've got the trade going, but then contesting the 2 sides while mid is being more defensive, like the lanes in mid is being all more defensive, and then like, so basically
Yeah,
you're doing the
so-
same contesting.
Part of my contesting was the aggressive push instead of opening it up. So I probably could have contested better. Instead of doing the push, I should have opened it up.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because I know Logan. The thing was, I knew Logan was getting hit because I took out like 5 or 6 monks. So I knew I was doing some solid damage. I think I also killed like 3 rams.
Sure.
So I wanted to try to capitalize on that. And honestly, if it was just him, it would have worked.
Oh, cool. All right.
Alright, Japanese, Mongol. Fucking show.
Where were you building your houses? It seems like housing was particularly problematic.
So
Ye-
after what I did was after I cleared the side, I built houses around the forest.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you technically the side places, like there's areas where you can build housing there. And even if you're building housing, the point is that you should be able to eventually like delete. And in the meantime, instead of just, guys sitting around, basically you need to use either onagers or even town centers to clear up a lot of the wood patches in mid so that you basically have more places where you can build.
Yeah.
Basically you must be able to do that while you're doing that, you also have to have that defensive strat where basically you need to be able to contest the side resources, as in mid side resources, which means that at a minimum you have to figure out a way to take the tower out because the tower is preventing you from building further. So technically the houses, wherever you build your houses, I mean, at the end you'll be able to delete you'll need to be able to delete those houses. Houses can't be like, like necessarily just taking up this big patch that's basically killing your potential of where you can even build anything in terms of forward building or anything like that. So taking towers out is important. Getting that trade and on the side, so definitely getting the side stuff is important. The context of scouting is just to make sure that you're not going to get screwed by some big force that'll just randomly come in and take you out. But then when you know what the force is and what's going on, then you subsequently can use that to your advantage and figure out where do you want to, do like a small hit and come back and keep them off kilter. But you can't do that if you don't have an economy, and you certainly can't do that if we haven't addressed the space issues, sort of. Right? So one of the things to address space issues is if, for example, like you're taking over certain areas, for example, mid or the side places where you can take out those buildings, and that. So remember, the more the towers, the less the Turkish towers are there, the more access you have to building space. But if you haven't cleared those towers out, then it's going to be hard, right? Like you'll have a harder time taking that out. So, and mid certainly should be contested because there's a lot of real estate in mid that's kind of free. You know what I mean? Like mid is pretty free in terms of space. Sides are not bad, so it's not really a bad thing. Kind of like, and even if you have to use some onagers to clear some space out, that's fine. I would even use like potentially the onagers to clear some forest space out if you need to, like the mid forest or whatever, just to provide you more space.
I'm thinking about going Slavs.
Okay.
Thoughts, guys?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, faster. You need cavalry on your side too.
I just had no gold in that game or stone.
Yeah, I get you. There was a good moment where it was food versus gold for me on my side too. Just remember right now, the way show plays, Mongols usually mass cav will just wreck them.
He went humans.
Здравствуй.
Oh fuck.
Ас готов. Ас делает
You actually
показания.
put Siberia.
Да, правильно. Да.
Nobody said anything.
I'm too tired to deal with that.
That's all good.
Зешните.
And Team 3 wins the match. AI OP, man.
Yeah. AI.
Bruh, AI started AI at the monastery.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I haven't played Siberia. Have you? Did you play Siberia?
No. I just saw the AI at a monastery. And he was Turks. With the monastery, man.
Oh, true. Hey, man.
You know,
The
you gotta
Walalo.
hunting for that goal, man.
Walalo. Walalo.
Fuck, what man? Save the right pick. Oh yeah, sloths. Oh, you upgraded the AI, man. We in for trouble now.
Oh. Oh.
Start the game already!
Здравствуй. Приказание. Сейчас сделаю. А сделаю. Да. Зыждительница. Аз готова. Правильно. Да. Правильно. А сделаю. Здрав будь. Аз готова. Тотчас сделаю. Зыждительница. 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 Приказание. Здрав будь. Зыждительница. Зыждительница. Да. Зыждительница. Зыждительница. Приказание. Зыждительница. Аз готова. Зыждительница.
Work on my stables.
Да.
Couch cube.
Зыждительница.
We gotta clear up all this stuff. And then Vassal, your priority is to make sure that this opens up. And you're scouting, of course, so that, you know, whatever, but you'll have enough time. Get your economy up. Get your economy up, and, you know.
Приказание. Здрав будь. Зыждительница.
Down Logan Scout.
Logan's got skirms, Hal's up. Small. Going to kill Shoaib's villagers working on a second TC.
Working on a second TC now.
Good work.
Аз готова. А сделаю. Зыждительница.
Сейчас сделаю. Зеждите.
Приказание. Зыждительница.
Да. Зеждите. Зеждите.
Да.
Здравствуй. Зеждите.
Working on my siege workshop to clear the bottom.
Зештите. Зештите. Да. Зештите.
Adding a couple more farmers.
Зештите.
Аз готова.
Let me know when I'm gonna start scouting now
Лесоруб.
on Shoaib's side.
Здравствуй. Зыждительница. Зыждительница.
Ваша услуга.
Shoaib has a pretty decent size of about 8.
Yeah, I see the base.
Приказание.
Make sure you work your objectives, Vassal. Scouting, that's great. Work your objectives.
Аз готова. Правильно.
You could literally hide that scout in the back a little bit.
Зыждительница.
See when they try to go trade or whatever they do.
Guys, starting to go over here. Villager.
Expanding my food.
Sending my siege out. Back.
Зыждительница. Да, зыждительница.
Filling up more villagers.
Приказание понятно. Приказание сделай.
Clearing the bottom right now.
Атака! Оружие! Да, господин. Приказание. Атака! Оружие! Здравствуй.
Expanding the siege out.
Зешник, зешник, зешник. 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 Приказание. Зешник. 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 Зешник.
Broken on the bottom.
Let's see if I can knock out yeah,
Keep working.
Logan's cutting. Nice job, guys.
Keep producing from your town centers, Vassal. Villagers and houses and
Sending a couple bills your way to build the GC.
Same.
do we know what's going on in mid? Gotta send a scout there or two. See what's up, by the way.
Sending a couple scouts.
Yeah.
down.
Аз готова.
Scouts coming your way.
Зыждительница.
Logan.
Зыждительница.
Да. Вашему услугу. Да, господин.
Sharky is trying to ram down mid. We got some of the towers, but I stopped him from getting that one.
Good. That's important. Also, you gotta hit that stone. We need to tower up there.
Да,
Copy.
Eventually, right? So your job is to get that side resource ASAP. Get that stone, bruh. Stone and golden, get that market up and running.
приказание. Да. Зыждительница.
Not sure what's that doing there. If you're gonna move your onager or whatever.
Oh,
Аз готова.
yeah, I'm just scouting with him.
Sure.
Приказание. Зыждительница. Зыждительница. Зыждительница.
Вашему услугу. Атака!
Атака!
A little
Бой!
housing issue when I'm working on it as we speak.
Да. Зыждительница.
Приказание.
Здравствуйте. Зыждительница.
Ас готов.
Ас готова.
Giving up a couple
Приказание.
rams for
Тотчас
mid
сделаю.
fast.
Ас делаю.
Copy.
Sending
Тотчас
some
да.
villagers to build a TC here so I can start getting those resources.
К оружию!
Sending scouts.
Use the ram to take out the tower, bruh.
It's got 5 scouts, 3 rams, key of Alps, key skirms, onager, cutting, resources. It's got a TC up in the back.
Got 2 scouts from Shoaib heading my way.
Denied Sharky. Their markets, Logan's markets are up. Denied Sharky that TC for delayed it for a bit.
Да, правильно.
Good.
Зыждительница.
Приказание. Ас делаю.
Ас готова. Правильно. Зыждительница.
Use this trap, do this one to take out this one. Vassal, you're kind of getting delayed.
Vassal, what's going on in mid? I'm sending 2 scouts in mid.
I'm taking out one of the towers in mid.
Vassal, your priority is to get that,
Здравствуй, да.
get your town center and getting the resources here, ASAP, and get your market up.
Market is
Pronto.
going up ASAP as we speak.
Да, тотчас делаю. Зыждительница. Ас готова. Зыждительница. Да. Приказание. Здравствуйте. Ас готова.
Приказание. Понятно.
Dropping on my market and dropping a.
My
Приказание.
market is up.
Зыждительница. Зыждительница. Трав Будаков. Да.
Vassal, send that ram to this side
Да.
on this tower so you have room to build. We need to start clearing this forest up, by the way.
Правильно.
They're all in the way.
I can build an onager for that.
Трав. Лесоруб.
I have
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I have
We could do
rams,
that. Vassal, build more farms, bro. You need a place where you can build more farms. As a matter of fact, you could build your TC here or something and make farms, whatever.
Здравствуй.
Triggering
Зыждительница. Да. Да. Рудаков. Рудаков.
Приказание. Здесь.
Приказание. Вашим услугам. Приказание. Атака! Понятно, господин.
Приказание.
Вашим услугам. Понятно. Да, сделай. Понятно, сделай. Бой! Оружие! Понятно. Сделай. Бой! Да, понятно. Оружие! Атака! Приказание. Атака! Вашим услугам. Приказание.
making more scouts to see what's going on with Shoaib's side.
Logan just scouted. He said why.
Оружие!
Logan scouts are here.
Оружие!
That's okay.
See if I can wreck it real quick. Yeah, see workshop here. Your trade is queued up my trade.
Sending scouts to see what's going on with Show.
Sending scouts mid.
Приказание. Атака!
All right, show has a bunch of onagers.
Сейчас сделаю.
You see, he's coming ready. Faso, you need to build some three towers, and now you need to go infantry, skirms, and horses. You need horses, and yeah.
Truck coming mid, truck coming mid.
Faso, make sure you're making farms here. And you know what? We can also gate this, by the way.
Copy.
Cut in here, so.
Hey, by the way, Salman, maybe you guys can. He's got a bunch of onagers and stuff in rams. 4 rams, 6 onagers, or 4 onagers, whatever. Maybe y'all need to be able to take that out. They'll charge together, so maybe that's an opportunity that you guys have to use. Faisal, how's your food and how's your food?
3,000 food, 10,000 wood.
Yeah, you need more food. Get them farms, yeah, get them farms populated ASAP.
Приказание.
I would even use this place to populate if you need to. And keep clearing out this wood.
Да. Заждительница.
We need to kind of get rid of this wood area as well.
Траву. Заждительница.
I
Keep
have
cranking
a
out more
wall
villagers.
going up on my side.
Yep.
Building a castle in my farming area.
Faso, what's going on with you?
I'm building, walling off this area on my side to prevent at least some, give us some notice for Saf or Shoaib.
Remember, you need, yeah, it's going to be infantry. You need horses. Try to, yeah, you got stables on the backside. I would build more barracks there and try to delete your 2 forward stables and build barracks instead. Remember, your stables are on the backside.
Taking out the towers. See if I can snipe some of his rams.
Приказание.
Bring up some monitors. Broken into this area right here.
Hey,
Да. Заждительница. Приказание. Заждительница.
Bring up some scouts for me.
Приказание к оружию. Ас готов. Тотчас сделали.
Fasil, I need a place to build a market. Can you delete one of your farm thingies?
Атака. Понятно. Атака.
He's got paladin.
Траву.
Здравствуй. Да. Ас сделай.
Ас готова. Лесоруб.
Приказание.
Making bombard towers in your area.
Правильно. Лесоруб.
Да. Здрав будь. А сделаю. Зыждительница.
Sending a couple of scouts in the mid.
Starting to delete villagers. I need pop.
Sharky here with house.
Аз готова.
I'm at Popcat, Basil.
I'm deleting villagers to
Приказание.
recoup.
Здрав. Ас готов.
Да. Тотчас сделаю.
Got honor forward villager.
Аз готова. Зыждительница.
Should we try to break through here and deny him any of those relics?
That is what I'm actually working on. I have the stuff to go in. I don't have the units though.
I got some units right here.
Just expect a full counterattack when we do this, because they got outposts so they can see the shit.
Copy.
Вашим услугам, да, господин.
Alright, Faisal, you ready?
Yeah, Roger.
It is open. Go, go, go.
Приказания. Да, к оружию.
Приказания. Зешните. Ас готов. Зешните. Приказания. Приказания. Здрав. Да. Ас готов. Приказания.
A castle in your area to make conks.
Ас готов.
Здрав будь. Зыждительница. Приказание. Зыждительница.
Приказания.
Gonna support them in triggering.
Да.
Building 2 archer ranges with an ed,
Зешните. Зешните.
so I can have some sharpie that way.
This is where they're trying to break through. They're broken through right here. Right here.
Yep, I see, I see.
Аз готова. Здрав будь. Зыждительница.
Здрав. Сейчас здесь делаю. Приказания. Зешните. Зешните. Ас готов. Зешните.
Да.
Few Royars are coming that way as well.
Приказание.
Gonna do some blowback.
Yep, yep. These two. You got Sharky coming with traps forward.
Copy.
Да. Аз готова. Правильно.
Yeah, siege
Scores of
workshop.
paladins ready.
Заждительница.
Believe siege workshop on your side.
Gonna start making bombard towers in your area. Following you. I'll let you lead in. Straight through. Gonna see if I can hit their market. Copy.
I have some Rams going for their armies right now.
Приказание.
Get some paladins.
Yep, yep. Paladins on the.
Oh, nice.
More paladins coming up.
Здравствуй, ас готов. Здесь
Приказание. Заждительница.
Nice.
Great. Gonna make more castles for Konkin. Yep.
Да, заждительница.
Copy. Making forward bombards.
I have
Ас готово.
a couple boyars and rams at the bottom. I'm gonna go at the bottom.
Да, вот сейчас сделаю.
Оружию! Атака! Приказания. Вашему слугу. Бой! Оружию! Бой!
Onagers on me.
Атака! Бой! Атака!
Oh, I took it down.
Приказание.
Onagers, a single onager right there. Orange.
Страв, зыжди.
Sending some cavalry.
Okay, I have
Бой! Оружию!
Trying to rally my cavalry now.
Приказание. Зыждите, зыждите, зыждите.
creating more pop.
On that left side. Doing a couple Lake Castle, Sharky's Castle. Lost. He has a lot.
Good. All his pop should be on those. You know what I mean? That's army, so that's pretty good. Here comes those onagers. And here die the onagers.
Rams on the right side to hit Show's Castle. Boyars, Alps. 10 more cavalry. Left side. And some monitors.
Приказание к оружию, да. Здесь ждите. Вашим услугам бой.
This is a couple bills to hold.
Copy.
Приказание тотчас ждет. Здесь ждите. Приказание к оружию. Вашим услугам. Бой.
Sending out the next wave of Krebs. They're all focused on the Rams.
Taking out pop cap, so killing my auto villagers.
We got on that left side.
See it?
Ас готова.
Miners, pop.
Ас готов.
They're trying to back attack right here. That's
Gonna reinforce the area.
Да, ас делаю.
Rallying my cavalry again.
Приказание
Copy.
Ram, I'm gonna go
Бой! Вашим услугам! К оружию!
Making some onagers to take out this shit right here. Or sorry, trebs.
I got Ram.
Okay.
Lots of cabs right here.
Приказание.
Roger.
Зиждительница. Да.
Да, господин. Бой!
There's an onager over here. Be aware. Incoming on the right side.
Samurai. Which is great. Guys, will get the conchs, or make sure your conchs are there. To destroy the sands.
On the right side.
No, just he's gonna come.
On the right side, put him.
No, it's Saman side.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Правильно.
Come in for some forward building.
Yikes with the score, Schwabe. Rally them in the back, brother. Not like that. Here, the conchs are on this side. I mean, here. Samurai over here, bro.
Right, right.
Вашим услугам! Атака! Оружие!
Приказание.
Shit, made this like weird. It's all good, Schwabe. These guys can make a counter push, by the way. Like, they're Schwabe's like, can't get his siege down. Oh no. And Munsif is trying, but I don't know what Munsif is really doing, though. I think he tried to do something from the side.
Onagers on the right side. On the left side, my bad. Take out the onager right there, Hoodle.
Boy,
Setting up a pally charge.
Да.
They're attacking from this side. So sad.
Аз готова.
Fassel, can you build a fucking tower?
Man, Shui, protect your stupid siege, bro. What are you doing?
Sending pally charge into onagers on the left side. See if I can take down any markets on the right side. Taking down markets on the right side. Making paladins.
Bringing his Mangadai. Oh, hello. What are you guys doing?
Attacking the markets on the right side again.
Can you defend Boyar's still raiding?
Can you take out that onager? It's killing on my conks. Horse right here. Put on seize it.
Вашим услугам. Бой! Атака!
More conks, bro, and pikes. Yep. Conks on those swordsmen and infantry castle. Vassal, how many castles you got, bro?
3.
You need more. Build another one, and then in the back, and then queue them up too.
Munsif resign.
Приказания. Атака! Огня с юга. В бой!
GG.
GG.
Оружию!
GG.
GG.
Wait. Can you first, please, real quick?
From our side?
Yes, yes. Just quickly.
Yeah, I think obviously, I think I was pretty caught up on my front, on my side.
Yeah, yeah.
It-
Okay.
Right? So that was part of, I think, one of the issues, or the main issues, I guess.
Not necessarily too bad, Shoaib. Just because you had a guy that was helping you in Cumans.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, if you kind of think about it, you and Logan kind of went redundant. I'm just saying, like, it just because both have cav archers and both have siege too, right? So
Yeah, but I guess
technically-
Logan wasn't really on my side, right?
No. I know. What I'm saying is that if you left that side, right? Like technically, they don't really miss you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So technically, you guys would still have because Munsif was Kelps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he had the full siege, so he can make easily the onagers and the scorp. So, and then basically still have the Cuman archers. The question is that what duty did you have Sharky do? Because he was Japanese, right?
Yeah, he was supposed to be mostly halves, champs, and trebs.
Okay. So okay. So go ahead. So then you were kind of caught up on one side, right?
Mhm.
And then it was Munsif, Logan, and Sharky. So I guess like
And I guess the second main issue that I had, which I
Yes.
kept complaining about, was the way the buildings were done. Like
Okay.
basically, like there's, I mean, it's not just one person, of course, but like my point is like, there's buildings that are military buildings that are built with literally zero gap in between, right?
oh no.
Like literally like touching each other, right? Which is like, I
Right.
mean, it was annoying a lot to me, so I had to like complain. It was bad on my side, which I complained that deleted some buildings, and then I went on the other side to try to help a little bit, but then it was like pretty bad flow of units there too, for me at least.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm like 5-6 buildings that are built literally like a wall, right? I mean, I don't know, that to me was like pretty bad for the siege part at least.
Well, yeah, you can't. I mean, you can't go through, so you'll have to go like the long way around. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's
and
not
the
like that. I
path
mean,
is
I
like
was
that.
trying a little bit on the other side to like help with some stuff, like some units, right? But then when I
Mhm.
went, then I was struggling. And then of course I think you guys had some good hits on the market, right? So markets, I guess, so those are not bad here and there.
Right. But you did reestablish the market, though. right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like
Okay.
it broke us, right? But
Okay. Good.
And I
But,
guess,
but it required you to kind of move back a little bit.
a
to
little bit,
defend.
yeah. Again, I guess I was just looking at the stats. I mean, we didn't necessarily, I guess, talk about it in the game as much. I guess we didn't do as many eco call-ups as we probably should have. I know, like, here and there, like, some people are saying, hey, I need this, I need that, so we helped out.
Right.
But I guess, Sharky, I see you have 31,000 food, so I don't know if you're maybe struggling, I guess, with the farms and stuff, or...
I think wood was kind of my main bottleneck.
Yeah, like, eco-wise, I think, like, probably we're struggling, I think, right, this game. It seems like... Because yeah, I think the whole point was like, hey, like, if I can hold my side, right, not necessarily push through, but if I can hold my own, then technically the idea was the other three can basically push from the other side, right?
Right.
So that was the overall idea.
Right. So to be fair, just because we were outnumbered and I had to do a little bit more in terms of support, so it wasn't like last game. Just because Faisal didn't, like, his economy was so bad, I didn't want to do it because it was not necessarily fair even to you guys. So, but in this game was like, okay, with the three, with the two people kind of like doing what they were supposed to do. Now I wanted to see how you guys were going to really make your push. So I guess like so clearly there were some issues here. I guess maybe who was the main guy? Who was leading the stuff on the other side? Logan, was it you that leading the charges on the pushing, or
I mean, I was trying to.
Oh, you were.
We were all discombobulated and stuff. Like I didn't realize that Sharky was hit that hard, like in terms of eco, because I kept noticing, like my units were flooding in. Yes, I had the faster stables or like the light cavalry coming out, and then like I know Munsu was making some siege, but like Sharky, I just didn't see enough units. I mean, all of us really, but that was and so now I realized, okay, like it was just because he's got hit, and then the middle too, like both and Shoaib was kind of on the right side, really what's it called, the overreacting, I would say, because like there was only a couple of rams coming up, and he had all these samurai.
Yeah,
or
well,
whatever, like,
that's
Sharky
I can clarify that because the hussars that you're talking about, because the rams, that Salman was sending a little bit on the edge here and there, but Khurram was also trying to, like, of course, a little bit active on the other side as well, right? So I initially made those guys for Khurram's trebs and stuff, and then
it was a good test. The other thing is good test for multiple fronts, because I know, to me, you guys were, in order for us, obviously you outnumbered, right? So for you guys to beat us, you would have to kind of make us have, like, you got to win the little battles, and so that's how the main battle started, because if we went 4-on-3, we would win. But the thing is, so by you spreading us out and stuff, we were really, stretched. And I think when we overreacted on certain fronts, we started our main army, then you guys could basically, it was like a 3-on-3, and you were winning that. So that was a big thing, and it was good.
Yeah, I think maybe something we could have done better, probably, which in hindsight, I guess, is that because technically, I think the reason I also couldn't really leave my side is because I was, like, mainly the only guy really present there with the military, right? I think Munsif had some limited early on, which is, good he built on my side. But in terms of military units and stuff, right, it was just me on that side. So I felt like if I leave that side, primarily, that we will just, get run through on that side, right?
Yeah, there's nothing really necessarily wrong with that. I think so and that's fine. That fair point. Like that completely understable.
As opposed to, like, if I told him once, if you cover this side, I'll go that side or something like that, right?
True. Well, you guys were a little lucky in the fact that even though Shoaib, you technically weren't really there. The thing is, between Munsif and Logan, actually your units would have been covered. You see what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't really matter. But correct. I think what I want to know from, I guess, Munsif, did you have a like were you kind of okay with your economy, with your siege? I mean, was that kind of okay from your side because you were bringing the back line up?
I think the main, if I have to pick the main thing that reduced our pushes, I think it was the way we built. At the time when I went outside, I didn't find kind of space where to build in front. The only place I had only in the front. And when the other team, when Salman and Faisal tried to push, they destroyed the building that were in front, and they were mine. So that's
right.
Because like the siege, Kazili wasn't kind of present. And many times they called for onager as well. Where are the onagers? Yes, the building there, they're gone. The only part that I had left, it's the extreme left and extreme right, where those two patches were. When the tribe was calling for help, I did send some units there, but it was very minimal. Like I built like 3 or 4 barracks and like 2 or 3 siege workshops.
Right.
But I didn't make that many infantry or units there. I did some, but the first or two times they died. That's it. I didn't make The main concentration were in the left side. There were
Right.
some skirmishes from some man like try to push with his siege in the extreme left.
Mhm.
I tried to rebuild wall after wall, but he kept sending his rams like every
Right.
couple of minutes. So I tried to block that too. At the same time, I tried to help in the mid with infantry and siege. The siege that they've been calling for, mostly traps, rams, and onagers. I think the thing that Logan has mentioned, the synchronization wasn't there. If we were all together pushing at the same time, we would have better effect, which we weren't doing at all. Some protection, sometimes my siege were dying just like that. I mean, I protect them, but sometimes I also need infantry, for example, Sharky, to help them. But he did at the end. He did create some mini units at the end. But every
Right.
time I have to keep calling for them. That shouldn't be the case. Yeah, but I will say the way we're building and the way we are synchronizing wasn't the correct way of doing it.
Okay, so you felt that so I guess like I guess in the scheme of what you were building, because you were saying trebs, you also said onagers, you also said did you build any scorpions or no? Or not really?
No, the
That's what
Scorpion was mostly that's why we needed Shoaib to come in our side. So
Yeah.
he was the Scorp guy.
But not you, because you have heavy scorps too.
I
though.
know, but ideally it was him to come because he has faster court. That's the reason.
Oh,
But
I
could
see.
have helped. I could have helped, but still my
Right.
siege
Yeah, the idea was if
wasn't
me and
there.
Mustafa are both present, you know,
Correct,
in the
correct.
area, then he can focus more on onagers and I can focus more on the corpse, right?
I see.
That was the idea if both of us were present, but obviously, like, you know, like since I wasn't really present for a big part of the game on that side, then I wasn't really there initially, right? So, but
Okay.
that was, I guess, to Musta's point, that was the strategy, was that if we're both present, since we're both, you know, have some redundant roles in siege and stuff, you know, we can like be producing different siege units, right?
Right. Sharky, what was the primary thing that was really that you felt was like killing you mostly? You're really good with identifying units. Like, what was it that was really like bothering you or killing like your stuff? Because I think you were just going infantry and trebs, right?
Infantry and trebs. So like the Eagles killed it, and I'm sure there are a lot of, especially range units that killed my infantry.
Okay. So you kept mass producing pikes and trying to protect the siege, but they were just kind of dying, right? I guess is that primarily what was going on?
Yep.
All right. Okay. And I guess like Logan. But was it really the lack of scorps that kind of made it hard for you, Logan, or was it the fact that multiple? I think you were calling that multiple areas were. So let me technically I can say this, right? Technically, you had an offense side and a defense side, right? Like technically. And Shoaib kind of like was holding. I mean, it wasn't like he got massively pushed, but he was being kept honest, and so Shoaib had to do like kind of protect and the side and whatever. So to me that's kind of like fine. And ironically, in some weird way, just saying, the fact that you went Cumans basically meant that you didn't really need to worry about Shoaib, to be honest, like him not being there. So in some interesting. So let me ask you something. When you guys were talking, what made you pick Cumans when Shoaib picked Mongols?
Paladins. They wanted me to go cavalry again.
Okay, so that's what that. So okay. I'm just saying, like, it just happened that you accounted for Shoaib not being there. Is all I'm saying. Like, you actually accounted for it. So in a weird way, it was not necessarily a bad thing. So then to me, it's just a matter of like. So I guess Munsif, would you then say that you weren't able to, like, I guess generally, like, you would be able to produce a lot more siege, because your buildings were dying?
I was missing action. I wasn't there. I couldn't support Logan. Like, I mean, I had some infantry or some units there, but not as the number that I should have had, so I can help him. And he called many times. He needs siege, he needs onagers, he needs support, but I'm not there. So that's the cause. And we were, like, the way we were building it made it even hard for us to be present at the same time. And at one point I had to be in both sides, kept jumping from Shoaib's side to Logan's side, like maybe 2 or 3 times back and forth.
How was it for you jumping on both sides?
it's fine, but the way we are reacting to the facts, I find it very exaggerated.
Example?
For example, look, like, I mean, for example, Shoaib, like I mentioned, Logan mentioned that Shoaib had like maybe 3 or 4 ramps coming to him, and then he said like there is a mass push from his side. Yes, they were a mass push from his side, but not as much as they were in the other side. So I
Right.
had to let go and go back to what's going on, and then see the fact, and then go back to where I was. And the same thing with Logan. Sometimes he tried to be in the same place, and he tried to send units very fast. And I mean, you can send them, but you cannot go by yourself. Yes, you can support yourself, but it's better that we are all together. So those are the things that kind of, I mean, it's a wide map. It's a from left to right. It's a wide map, so I can keep sending units back and forth, which I'm not planning to do. So the only way I can do it is just to build in those areas. At the time they are calling for it, don't call for it to have it right there, waiting for you to be sent. It takes a time for units to be produced. Yeah, I mean, I'm not used to that kind of game, so it's good that I'm explored in doing
Right.
it.
I mean, look. I mean, the fact that you're able to take if you kind of notice, like you guys took most of mid, and you also took the sides, right? Technically, at least technically, you have more space. You know what I mean? Like you have much more
It's
space
it's not
to
a
build.
comfortable space. That's the thing. It's a space that you build and you get destroyed right after.
Oh, so you're saying that even though maybe you did have space, but
Yeah,
you
I
were
mean, I mean,
it was
that's the
contested
point.
and you were losing, and
Losing
you were
them.
just
Yeah,
dying.
we are losing them. Literally losing them, yes.
Hmm.
Like the front side with Logan Walls. I built in the forward built like maybe 4 or 5 times, and every time my buildings get destroyed. So the only
Sharky,
way, I'm not gonna build siege in the back.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
something I'm not gonna be doing. But yes, infantry maybe I should have built in the back, but not siege. If
So
somebody has
question with the siege, Munsif, then, is it better to build some siege in the back because you can't build siege anywhere in the front,
I
as
did on
opposed
the
to just
sides.
never? Okay,
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the sides.
It's not like
Okay.
I never had, but I did
Right,
have,
right.
not as much as I wished I had. Is the thing.
Okay, so Logan, since you were like trying to champion the side that side lane, what do you think, kind of like, in your combination was really lacking, or it's just like, I know you said that there was a lot of battles, a lot of stuff going on in different fronts, but I guess like what did you feel like was missing in your push that led to like, was it the fact that Munsif's siege wasn't there, or like Sharky's like infantry wasn't there? Like, or was it that you did have the stuff, but because everyone was getting pulled in different directions, like it was harder to push? What do you think like seemed to be the issue from your experience on that side?
Well, one big thing was so the Eagle Warriors, when they came up mid and came up on the left, I think we would have like champions and stuff for the right, or not the right, but the mid, and then but nothing on the left. So then those Eagle Warriors would come in, and then Munsif and I would have to clear them out like further in, and then the other units would just get slaughtered or something. Like somehow it was just the combination of we weren't, like I said, we were stretched thin, and then we were kind of, not like together. It's more of just our units. We group our units too much, I feel like. So it's like we need champions here and there. Instead, they were just in one spot, if that makes sense. Like, so I had my paladins running all over when they should have been taking out onagers or something.
Right.
Instead, my paladins were compensating for the lack of champions, or the onagers that we did have. They didn't have the halberdiers, or the conquistadors there would be no something to counter the conquistadors at that time. So then my paladins would compensate for that, and then when the champions did arrive, they would get destroyed by the conquistadors, stuff like that. So it was kind of just we didn't have the counters were just, I mean, we were playing basically, it was never together in terms of like this counter beats that counter. It was like, oh, they have conquistadors, okay, well we'll make the counter for that, and then the counter for that would just you guys already have, stuff like that. So we kind of just, I felt like we weren't kind of like playing the game of the whole full circle of the counters. We were kind of just like, yeah, we missed the piece, and then once that piece would be compensated, then the lack of that role just, yeah, it fumbled apart. So yeah.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, because in hindsight, like You know, like for example, like which I try to do on my side. For example, when I think Faisal built that initial kind of wall, right, on my
Yeah.
lane, right, where I try to like break through the edge, the forest, right.
You mean from you mean from the
from the edge of the map?
but the edge, that's correct.
You know, like on the other side where Saman had the initial wall too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
instead of like banging through the wall directly and going through straight, I mean, technically, you know, we can also go around the wall, right?
Mhm.
Because it's not like there's like berries or something, you know what I mean? Like there's more opportunity to do some other stuff too with onagers, right?
Right.
Which
So
we didn't do.
you're thinking so wait a minute. So you think so let me ask you something. You thought that your greatest chance of success was not going from the edge, but maybe you would cut from the side of the wall and to give yourself a better chance?
No, I'm just saying if we were struggling, like, you know, for example, like, you know, going through the walls in the front of us, like right in front of our face,
Yeah.
right, technically we could have, you know, easily went around, right? Especially since we had technically more players, right?
But I guess like is that something that I know? Hey, by the way, don't just because you called it, I know Munsif tried, right? Munsif, you tried it on the top, right? On
Yeah.
your side.
But that I tried, supposed to be halfway. I didn't meant to cut the whole way, but somehow
Okay.
my onager did cut the last, last through. He did cut the last bush there. So that's why I had an opening there, and then I tried to close it with a door, but then I started having some resistance from the other team.
I sent the
Yeah, but
picture.
that wasn't intentional. It was just a mistake.
Oh, it was a mistake. You
I
didn't mean
tried,
to.
I tried to shorten the path by cutting some trees. True,
Right.
but I didn't meant to open. I didn't mean to open the
Oh,
whole way.
okay.
He means he didn't mean to be a nig.
Oh shit.
Yeah, halfway.
No, what he's saying is he meant to be a nig, but he accidentally turned out not to be one.
You
No,
like the
so-
picture? You like the picture, Sankorum, about the buildings?
Yeah, I did. I just saw that.
Shit, man, like I could have moved shit.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, look. Listen. That the spacing, the building, it's a problem, and you will learn. I mean, and you know, here's the thing, Munsif. Now you're seeing like the impacts of these buildings because when you, as a support player, as the last guy coming out, suddenly you see the landscape and you're like, bruh, what is this? Like, where am I supposed to build? And what I'm saying is that if you flip the roles, if you were like in the front, and usually there was a guy like Salman or myself, whoever's trying to support you, it was kind of similar. It's like the guy that's coming out has like they're just looking at houses and like barracks and everything with no spaces in between. It's like so difficult. So it is kind of interesting that you got the other perspective, which was actually kind of nice because that kind of opens you up. I also like the fact that you were actually not looking on one side. You know, you actually went to the other guy, which was very nice to see. Actually, what I also liked, Munsif, is you did not freaking build Siege Workshop on Shoaib's side. That was very important that you didn't do that. Because that meant that you knew that the only kind of support you were going to really give him was with barracks.
Well, he did, but I forced him to delete them.
Well, I mean, I did build 2 there, yeah. So, but
Oh,
I had to, well, I mean, I didn't know what's gonna come out. I mean, just in case.
Hey, yo, I understand. I understand that. I mean,
And
like
I thought we were
technically you're
gonna
the
be
support
pushing
player.
from there too, so
Yeah.
I
True.
didn't know.
So
Hey,
the
one
way
thing
we
I
were building with trebs, we had a lot of trebs there, so I thought we were gonna be pushing.
Right,
And I've been calling
Yeah.
to make just a wall so we can reorganize ourselves in one side. But
right.
we never did
To
that.
buy time and then reorganize. Correct.
But yeah,
Yes,
so one thing I
brother.
have to say, so Shoaib, these pictures are obviously kind of after the fact, but take a picture before the battle gets hot. So this is one thing I've been saying like for a while is we need to be ready for attacking because we're already on our back foot. So our buildings here are obviously after the fact. You need to do it
I'm saying
before the battle's going on.
as a
because-
4v3 player team, Sarkich, as a 4v3 team where we're obviously outnumbering them and stuff.
Mhm.
I don't think we need to necessarily build a wall, like, you know, a wall of military buildings with no spacing in between. I mean, to me, that's more like, you know, a bit maybe defensive or something, but it's kind
Well,
of
so yeah, that like the bottom picture, that wall. But if you look, we actually had like 4 layers of buildings in front of that. So you're telling me that that wall in front of my farms is that detrimental? To me, I think it's the fact that why did we lose those buildings in front? And a lot of it's because we're not ready. So a lot of people fall in this scenario
Yeah,
of
but
spawning
to
behind
promise-
instead of putting the army in front. and you got to be ready. So when I call for, hey, they're starting to move up, you can't just leave your guys way in the back. Like, obviously, yes, and later, and I did delete a building when you called for it because it became an action where that wall was not supposed to be there anymore. But early game, that's actually really important. And so the layers of buildings in front, if those go down, then yes, we need to delete them. However, that was not the plan. The intention is that the buildings in front survive, or at least maybe you lose one layer, but not 3 layers. So you kind of take like a screenshot of before the action happens and see like what could have been done. Because there's units that are always in the back. Like we had a time where we like you create a bunch of units in the back and they have no way to get to the front, and it's like, why were they spawned in the back? And usually the case is because you're in your back foot. Why were they not at the front when the battle started going? Like, you need to be ready for that, and that's why we do outposts. We call for outposts to see like, okay, if they start moving forward, you got to get your guys moving forward so they don't have to. By the time they get there, your army's ready to clash. So instead of them like, oh, I got to traverse the whole base to then attack.
That's where I think to be fair to Sharky and to some extent Munsif too, but more so Sharky.
Like, we definitely have issues. I'm not saying we don't. I'm just like saying that the buildings you have up front should be, those are the crucial ones. If those are a wall, then yes, that's a problem. But the ones in the back, I mean, we're like, we have a whole line of houses and buildings that are blocking the farms. I mean, we don't want them to get raided. So you're telling me that we have to like delete that and stuff? Like, I mean, obviously, yes, in the heat of the battle and we're getting pushed, and yeah, but I mean, I think fair enough. We got to leave them and let's prevent the front buildings from dying. Because it shouldn't even be a question. Those buildings in the back that we need to delete, those shouldn't even have to be deleted. So yeah.
So the dynamic element is kind of important. So I mean, the thing. So let me pose the question like this: Sharky, did you feel like you had enough space to like expand and build your farms and stuff, or you felt like the initial TC that you had and with the farms you were building is kind of like really what you kind of had?
Farms, I think initially we kind of cut out space for the farms.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a matter of having enough space for my barracks, like my military production.
And there's a lot of space behind my Victoria, the 3 Victorias on our side too. There's a big empty space there too that I was telling the team to use for farms and houses and stuff as well, right?
Yeah.
We did that eventually, but
because especially
but
I wasn't gonna do that many farms myself, so
right. But I guess like Sharky, like, is there a point where you feel like you need to call out and say, hey guys, I'm like food heavy here, and even though I'm building farms here, but then I can't build any military.
I think it was the farms wasn't that big an issue. Like, I wasn't really like empty of food like I was with wood.
But there's so much wood around you, though, bro.
He only had 25k wood collected.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of wood around you, though. Like, for you to be able to get, like...
Well, how many town centers did you make, Sharky?
Must have been, like, 4 or so.
Okay. But I think maybe you were in the mid, or...
like in the mid. And that was always vulnerable.
Unless someone onagered the forest, which I don't know if someone did.
No. Well... Only you guys would know that.
No, there's a lot of wood on the right side by you, Shuaib. I actually built a town center late, and that's when Fassel was doing that raid. And he actually is doing one right at the end of the game. But there's all that wood, and I was like, whoa, there's all that wood. Let me go take it, because we definitely chopped through a bunch. Because I mean, our whole base is cleared of it, really, except that 3 o'clock corner. And then mid's open.
I would definitely call out for like assistance on wood. And if anybody can quickly help you with to direct you as to where to place your stuff, Sharky, I would do that. Because the thing is, like, my only thing is that as long as you're not hurting like that bad, you're able to build like the army that they're looking for. Because obviously the pikes require wood, and if you're kind of like down on wood or running low on wood, that means you can't build that many pikes and stuff. And then suddenly there's like a domino effect. So to me, the more important thing is that if you're kind of feeling pressure and you're feeling like you can't sustain and you need wood, somebody can clearly like help you and direct you on that wood. Like, hey, and I know Logan's done that in the past. Like, hey, there's a lot of wood here. Go build your stuff, build your TC here, and start collecting wood. And then maybe somebody can help you with like resources to kind of like cover you in the meantime while you're kind of like taking care of business. I know the building in the forward is not bad. It's just that you can't really heavily count on that. You know, whatever is there is a bonus, kind of. You still need to have something on the backside, because kind of being left with like losing a couple of TCs. I know you had 2 TCs which were okay, that were kind of like on your side. The TCs that were in mid, that's kind of like that kind of hurt maybe a little bit. Maybe I think you only had 1, to be honest, unless you had another one on the side, on the other side. But I don't see you collecting any stone there. So the only one I saw was on the on one side of the map. So the 4th TC, my suggestion is I want you to be able to go on the side, as in your flank, okay, where you do trade or somewhere, and like have a TC on one of the corners, and that's where you're collecting resources as well. So just keep that in mind, that any game you play, pick one of the sides that you want to go with your TC and set up shop and collect your wood, and eventually you'll be able to make more farms there if you need to. But I would just always do that, you know, just from that perspective. So when in Champion Select, this is something I have for you guys. In Champion Select, sorry, not Champion Select, but in Civ picks, you saw that we had our Civ picks. So you already knew that Eagle Warriors were coming, correct?
Yeah, we talked about Eagles, or at least I was mostly talking about Eagles and potentially Jaguar Warriors too, right?
Sure. Correct.
Case. So then the whole discussion was, you know, depending on what we see, right? I mean, if we see a lot of Jaguars versus Eagles, we're expecting, of course, usually Eagles, right? Most of the time. But the point is, if you saw Jaguars versus Eagles, how would the ratio of the champions to like archers and stuff be, right? And stuff like that.
Okay. So it wasn't going to be a surprise that Eagles were going to come. So the question was really that, was it really? So this is a question I have for Shoaib and Logan. Was it the fact that it was like you were spread thin and because you didn't have enough units, you feel like? Or is it that just, you know, like which particular, or was it just that Eagles were wreaking havoc and therefore the layering got screwed up and then you guys were just losing units? Or was it that you were getting onagered, or maybe the conquistadors were doing like a lot of work?
No, that's what I was saying. The compensating is that it's like we didn't have, each unit had to do like extra rolls than what it's supposed to. Like we were missing champions, called for champions, we would get some, but then the other units didn't have, so champions were then compensated to go after onagers or trebs or something. So it's like my cavalry wasn't there after. So it was just a combination of, we were never, every unit didn't have their role, like they had to do multiple roles at times.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting with the Eagles, especially because you guys were technically pretty mobile, right, with the Pastel's Cab and then the Eagles and stuff, right? So that's where I think we were. I mean, I can't speak too much from Logan's side because I wasn't there mostly.
Right.
But typically, I think, you know, when we're facing that much of a mobile army, you know, I think it's, you know, it's a bit tougher usually for us to handle, I think, generally.
Shoaib, did you feel like you were so much under pressure?
No, not to the point where I felt like I was gonna lose it, right? And I know you were, of course, holding back too, right? So it's not like you were like, you know, on your own coming in, you know, pushing like layer by layer, right? So like you say, you're kind of keeping honest, right? So from that perspective, I was fine. But you know, I guess my point was like, mentally, I was thinking like I knew we did not have, I did not have really any other forces behind me, right? On that front, and it's not like we had that many military buildings apart from my buildings, right?
Right.
So I think it wasn't like I was getting pushed that bad, or like, you know, it felt like, you know, like where I was screaming for help or something. But it's just that I just felt I was under enough pressure where I couldn't necessarily just leave that front, right?
Right. So you felt like there always used to be some kind of stuff going on your side that basically forced you to like always
you know, because like a combination of, you know, like for example, like, you know, of course when you guys had the combo of like the Eagles with, you know, with some Trebs and some Rams and stuff, right? So obviously, like, you know, for me to be able to handle that, I would need to have a decent presence there, right?
Correct. That's right.
Like basically anticipating if you guys decided to come through there, because that's fair game, right? Like if Faisal or someone like, hey, let's go through here. I mean, you know, it's not like saying that can't happen, right?
And were you pinging Logan and Munsif about that, like on the other side, that hey, they're making a push here, so you guys
Yeah,
can
not
do a
not
counter
necessarily
push.
not necessarily pinging, but I was communicating pretty actively.
Well, yeah,
whenever-
I sorry, that's what I meant. Like,
Yeah,
hey, these guys are like pushing, which means they don't have as many units on the other side.
Mhm.
So I guess Logan, were you working with Shoaib on like, oh, they're hitting that, so we can hit this?
So it was when he would call for that, it was
Yeah.
usually followed up by on the left, like you guys did an even bigger push. So it was like that's why I was kind of like it's barely a big push over there. So
Did you
Shoaib was kind
tell
of
that to
like,
Shoaib?
Yeah, he
yeah,
did,
I was
he
saying
did.
there's nothing over there, and he was like handling it. So he was playing defense, but in a way, it's like that's what I'm saying. The overreaction in a way is that like he would make all those hussars to just take out 3. I'm like, why do you have so many when we need you over here when we're getting slammed and stuff like that? But
Right.
yeah, we should three on the 2.5 roughly, right?
Yeah.
It should have been like handled, but yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I
and-
think maybe with the eco issues, I think it was more 2.5 versus 2.5, right?
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
Did you
So-
feel like that? Do you think that Sharky just was not as present?
Well, so that's where you guys were hitting like mid, far left. So it was almost like me solid left, and then far left was Moonsif, but then he would go my left a little bit. But then Sharky had to deal with mid, and I think that's the other thing too is mid wasn't getting hit that hard, but it was something that he had to handle, right? And this game was a great test for the multiple fronts to pay attention to multiple things, because once Sharky had stuff in mid, and he looked over to go help me, and then his mid would just get slammed, and then it was kind of like, oh, we lost this, stuff like that. So.
I see. And Sharky, you felt pretty taxed in mid?
Did you get that?
No.
Yeah,
Didn't
it's
hear it. What?
Yeah. Well, yes. I did feel kind
Oh.
of taken in mid.
Okay, so you felt so basically did you felt like you were on your back foot the whole time or what?
Not the whole time. It's mostly basically when you were pushing at the same time and I left.
Okay. Understood. So basically, Logan, when you guys were asking or for assistance, hey, you know who's the best person? Munsif is the best person. Munsif, so you knew that. So I guess from what you saw from the backside perspective, you saw that maybe Shoaib was calling out, like maybe there was an overreaction on his side. So you then on purpose didn't send or utilize as many units on Shoaib's side. So you were more on the side supporting Logan. I guess Munsif.
Depends on the time. The timing.
Ah, okay.
Depends on the timing. Like before, I was engaged there. I think we were 3 of us there with him.
Yes.
Like what's his name? Sharky, me, and Shoaib helping in his side.
Okay.
But when the call came at that time, maybe it was after the fact, when maybe the second push from your guys, that's when he called like, oh, there is another major, or I don't know what's the word used, but maybe there's another major push coming, or there's a push going on or something. And then that's the time when I jumped back again to see what's going on. It wasn't something very very stressful to do,
Right.
or big. But the main push was mostly from you pushing, not in the extreme edge, but in his side, in the second lane, kind of.
Right,
That was something to deal with. But that's I've been calling many times to just close it with a wall, so maybe we can gain some time doing that. So that's why the reason why I called that, because I cannot help there. We are already engaged in the other side.
Correct.
So that's.
So Shoaib, I guess the question I have is, what would you have had Munsif do anything different there? Because you keep saying like, hey, there was no one behind me.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that from a perspective that someone should have been behind me, right? I'm just talking from the fact that mentally, from my point of view, right? Like, for example, I felt like I needed to just make sure I don't let that front go down.
Yeah, correct.
Like, for example, I know if I build a wall or two, I mean, you guys could take that out like in less than a minute, right? So to me, like, the wall thing wasn't like the biggest thing to protect us there.
I mean, to be fair, you kept rebuilding. I mean, your whole point was,
I mean,
like,
again,
I'll
it's not
still
like I
rebuild.
have freaking bombard or something else, which
Yeah.
technically I've used either, right? So I mean, that's what I was trying to do.
No, and that's okay. I mean, I don't really see anything wrong particularly there, right? Like, to me, that's not really, like, you know, whatever. It's like not the biggest thing. It wasn't the biggest deal. To me, it was kind of like, So with the way this map was styled, you know, and you guys played the first game, and this is the second game.
Mhm.
Did you guys feel that you would have four people in one lane pushing? Is that how you guys figure it out? Because the way, I guess, Munsif, the way you're talking, and Shoaib, you and maybe even, you know, Logan, you guys were saying that, hey, Shoaib, you're gonna build a Scorps. Munsif was gonna build the Trebs, the Onagers, and maybe some infantry. And Logan was gonna go like cavalry, primarily. And maybe didn't even think about the human archers till like, you know,
No, we
till
talked
whatever.
about the archers. I talked about
Okay,
the
you did.
archers.
So he was going to do that. He was going to do the archers, or you were
I told him primary you're gonna be pallies and secondary you're gonna be the
archers.
right?
Okay, so you already took. Okay, fine. So basically, your presence there would have only been would
Very
be-
minimal. Like, yeah, the idea was that I was gonna, like I said, the strategy was that I would basically, at a minimum, hold my front. Right, if I can get an advantage and push, you know, I could, but otherwise, my strategy was I would basically be primarily on this side of the map, and then the other three guys would basically put pressure on Salman, right?
So technically, you were the D guy.
Yeah,
If you kind of
technically.
think about it.
Unless there was a rare instance where, you know, maybe all
Yeah,
the
you had
guys
an
were on the
advantage.
left side and I had an
Correct.
opportunity or something, of course I would
Which
have
you
tried
did,
to
which
take
you,
advantage of
by the
that.
way, which you did do. It's just that your comp was kind of like not that great.
Well, that, and of course, you know, you had the Eagles there too.
Well, brother, you saw, you know, I on purpose sent eagles to you repeatedly. I'm basically kind of telegraphing to you that the army you have is not the army that's going to be able to push.
Yeah, I was trying to, you know, mix up with champions later on as well, right? After the first couple of waves, so I was trying to.
Hey, by the way, when you added the champions, I stopped coming.
Yeah, so.
You see, but before that, now I'm just telling you, you actually had a great opportunity when you, not just from the side, which was not really a bad thing. You know, when you cut from the side, not really a bad thing. That was not necessarily bad. That was actually pretty okay. But what I'm saying is that you knew that I was Aztecs, that maybe Eagles would come. The question is that in any situation, you never really accounted for the Eagles. And both times where you actually could have made an impact, you couldn't because you literally let yourself like not be able to deal with Eagles. Like that was really your problem, to be honest. And that kind of like stopped you in 2 times, which to me, you could have actually made some good gains. Not saying that you would have killed everything, but I'm just saying like you would have made some good gains
Yeah,
because
like
you
at
would
least
have had the right combo.
would have taken some of Saman's pop
Yeah.
out on the other side, right?
Yeah,
That would have been the
yes,
goal.
that would have been huge because then Logan on the other side would and Munsif and Sharky would get that extra, you know, like that extra little little thing.
Well, that's the reason we made Sharky go. At least I made Sharky go Japanese because, you know, I knew he had the faster packing traps, right, as well to take advantage of that.
True. The only thing is, Sharky ended up making way too many. And then nobody, I don't know if anybody called it, but Sharky made that. So I guess technically this is what's going on. Munsif, did you notice that Sharky made like 10
Well,
or
I think to be
12?
fair, and that's what I guess I was gonna say as my general comment, right? To be fair to Sharky and especially to Sharky and to some extent Munsif, but like, and again, I can't talk from Logan's side because he was the main guy there, but just from my experience, right? Especially if I'm paired up with Sharky, for example, and even to some extent Munsif, there has to be a lot more active, specific communication, right? In regards to like, hey, I need this unit, you know, here, or let's go, let's pull back, let's rally here, let's do that, which I think was missing, right? I think we were identifying maybe problems or like, hey, you know, that there's overreaction on the other side or this or that, but there wasn't that much of that, you know, leading necessarily, I think, happening. Right?
Yeah, I think Sharky lost his wood because
Sharky's
he did-
really good at listening to guidance and feedback.
Yes,
right?
he is,
I've
he
noticed
is.
that. Like he's at
He
least
is.
he responds and he's more communicative when you're engaging with him, right? As opposed
Right.
to like, you know, just general comments like, hey, you know, why can't we push through? Why are we struggling? You know, like stuff like that. which
I
think
will. So here's kind of like what sort of happened, right? So Munsif, you were following the things that I've told you, right? Where you were protecting your siege with your pikes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Which meant Sharky was going to go more heavy on the infantry, right? With some trebs. The thing is, Sharky ended up going like a lot of trips. And the thing is,
The for Sharky, where I lost him is he's not constant. Like sometimes you see like 20 onagers or 15 onagers sitting in the back, and sometimes you see like a 50 infantry in one.
You mean onagers as in Sharky making onagers?
Sorry, not onagers. Trebs. Sorry,
Trebs, right?
A lot of trebs in one corner. They are not engaged, just sitting there in the back. And sometimes you see a lot of infantry sitting in the back. We called and especially Logan's been calling so many times. Okay, move those infantry to the front. Move. I'm moving forward. Move with me. So he was guiding that. So I mean, but yes, and the same thing with me at the end. And then I repeated like 2-3 times, and I said, oh, I don't have to keep calling it all the time.
Right.
My siege is dying. My units are not enough to hold them. So I need some support. So I mean,
Yeah.
But you know,
Sharky was using infantry.
that's also like looking at replays, the in-game replays, not just the streams. So even for myself, right? Because it gives you some additional perspective, right? So
Yes.
for example, right, like this stage of the game where the battles kind of like started happening a little bit, not the main battles yet, right? Like for example, like like I was at 190 pop, for example. Logan was at 200 almost, and then for example Sharky at the time was like 100 pop, right, with 7 lumberjacks and 11 farmers only, right?
Okay.
Compared to like for example I had 25 lumberjacks, 26 farmers, for example. And then once from your side,
How many TCs did he have, Sharky?
Sharky at that stage, hold on, let
Yeah.
me see. Sharky had the initial TC, right? Then he had one near mid.
Okay.
He made some at the left side too. I don't know, 1 or 2 maybe.
Yeah, maybe later, but at this stage of the game, he only had 2.
Yeah, that's the
That explains
Yeah,
it.
that's
and then from your side, I mean, by this time you already kind of like cleared up all of the forests in your area, right? Mostly. You have 85 wood villagers, lumberjacks, 27 farmers, and then 20 miners. So you're like basically all primarily equal at that stage, right? 185 pop.
Yeah, and that's
Right.
something that I noticed. As soon as I went outside, that's where the fight started.
Yeah,
And
like to Chrome's
kept
point,
saying-
uh-huh.
I kept saying like, give me some time so I can build my I can build there my army so I can start producing. But
Right.
that didn't take that much when my team needed some support.
Yeah, because I
but-
think interesting that like that's what kind of has been interesting for the 4v3s, at least the trends I've seen is that typically based on either a mix of eco / pop balancing, whatever. Like it doesn't really end up being like a proper full-on 4v3. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's just a question of the time. Like the first 20 minutes for sure. After that, I would have to switch. So that's
Yeah, like I mean,
That's
the
where
reason
I
I'm saying that is, for example, like in this case, like if your forest is kind of like, if you think about it, it's kind of like a U-shaped forest, right? Like basically the whole forest is already gone by this stage. It's not like you just came out and you have that many villagers and lumberjacks, right? Like, but the point I think is by that time, especially since we're a team of 4, there should be like a significant transition to military already, right? Like basically the point is we're delayed still, I think, in terms of our team comp for taking advantage of being a 4v3 side.
yeah, well, that applies to the other teammates too. I mean, initially, as Conan mentioned it before we start the game, it's gonna be like 3v2, right?
Right.
And then it's gonna be 4v3, and that's what happened. So with the 4v3, it's the switch between totally farming or economy to military. That's where the other 4th player, which is me in this case, will switch back. I mean, to join you guys as a 4th player, as a support, and then start to be engaged. It's just I'm saying this. Just the timing. The timing was crucial. I had to switch very fast from economy to military in about maybe 3-4 minutes, which is not reasonable. I had to find a location where to go. That's struggling too, and I had to make a decision where to go, and then I had to, either left or right, and then I have to start producing units, which I started doing. But it wasn't as efficient if we weren't engaged initially. That's my point.
Yeah, so there's always going to be the lag just because of the players and whatever. So I mean that's just going to be there's going to be some of that. I just think that the Sharky situation should not have led to, you know, like that sort of, hey, it's that apparent, like. Well, I guess here's the question I have for you guys. Logan, when you guys were kind of like in the throes of the battle, I would say like sort of like mid-game, was it really the lack of Sharky's presence that was an issue? When by the way, this is not when I came in and I attacked, right? Like you were still fighting primarily, I think you were fighting Salman, and then to some extent you were fighting Faisal a little bit. It wasn't like heavy, but I guess like that's not when you felt like, hey, we don't have what we don't have this in mid game.
Right. So no, I mean we already said this. Is that my paladins had to do multiple roles. Like they had to overcompensate.
So nobody told Sharky, hey, you need to do more or have to do more than one group.
And then I even told Moonsif to get off halberdiers because I'm like, we need champions, but we still needed halberdiers. So it was like kind of hard to tell Moonsif to like not protect his siege.
Like, yeah. That's kind of not fair to Moonsif. So right.
Right. That's what. So we kind of like we were just missing each. We had to do multiple roles of our units, but then we would basically be susceptible on other not fronts, but other the other units would take over. Like a Conquistador, we had the counter for that, but then the units that were countering that were then going after something else. So that's what happened. I mean,
okay. So as long as to me, I think the more important thing is that, and I guess Shoaib, you can maybe just chime in on this bit was. The game went on where it wasn't that Sharky's economy. Well, I guess here's the question. So was Sharky's economy hindered, destroyed, or hurt at the point where he was just not very effective for the team, or that kind of like happened a bit later in the game where basically he just didn't he couldn't produce as many units because Sharky just said that food was not really an issue for him. So if you're asking him to build swordsmen as an example, yeah, he doesn't have a problem because he's not wood dependent. So the fact that he didn't have wood or didn't have as much wood is kind of irrelevant because the guy doesn't need wood for champions. And by the way, I also noticed Sharky, by the way, good job on making those samurai. So, but the thing is he didn't have that many castles, so it's not like he's like going crazy with samurai either. And he couldn't go really overboard with them, and they're slow a little bit. So I guess my point is that I guess I'm just saying, like, without the economy getting trashed, well, I guess maybe only Logan and maybe Shoaib, you can say, Faisal came in and did some raids. Did he raid and kill Sharky's economy?
Shoot, I don't know, but
oh no, Sharky, did you notice Faisal's attacking you with like a lot of pallies and stuff?
I think only like on the flanks, but not like on my main economy.
So you were kind of cool. You were sort of good.
The main challenge was from Salman, and that's when I got kind of thrown off.
In mid, or you mean in mid? In mid?
Yeah, in mid, and a little bit on the.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So to me, Shoaib and Logan, that's not okay. So that's reasonable because it was almost kind of like on one side. In mid, it was he was going 1v1 with like a mini force from Salman, which he's gonna have, he's just gonna have a little problem with. The thing is that, and I guess this is the question, when I'm not really there and Faisal has like some limited presence, Logan, did you feel like you were making gains on Salman and then something stopped?
Yeah, and that's when I called for like siege and stuff, but then all of a sudden, like, so somehow our units would push, we had a surviving army, but then you guys would come with the counter, and then we just, so our pushes just kind of fizzled.
Okay. They fizzled, okay. But what I'm trying to get to is with before the Eagle showed up. Because my contention is, do you have an advantage or no?
Hold on. One point I have to make up. Sorry for cutting people off. 15 minutes in the game. Sharky, you have 4 lumberjacks, 15 farmers, 33 on gold, whatever that is, carts, whatever. You should not have 17 on stone. Those 17 should have been on wood. Maybe like 2 or 3 on stone. because your TC in mid, instead of queued to wood, it was queued to stone. So that's why you were hurting on wood. Wood is a higher priority than stone.
That makes sense. Is that on the second TC, Salman?
His third in mid.
Third. So what about the second one? Was it oh, but the second one that he's using, he's only still, his original was getting wood, and it's the 4 from the original.
Yeah, so the original, there's no wood left. His second one, he only has 2 on wood.
Yeah.
Because there's
Okay.
it's just there. He has
Yeah.
one in the side, on fire right now. And then he has the one in mid where he can kind of safely get the wood, but instead he had it queued to the stone.
So Sharky, what happened is when you built that third TC in mid, it's the you don't have access to the wood line, so your guys, even though you queue them, they're all like technically they're all miners, so they're all hitting stone.
He queued it to the stone, not the wood. He had access to the wood. He had the wood gated off.
Oh.
But he queued him to the stone.
I see.
So,
I see.
Sharky, you need to prioritize wood and food. I told this to Fassel. You need to prioritize wood and food above all else, and then you can work on. Once you have that stabilized, then you can work on your gold and stone. But wood and food, you need that stable.
You know, I'm sure in his mind, since he wasn't going on the flanks on where the trade was, so in his mind he was like, I won't have access to stone, and the only way I can access stone is in mid. Fair enough, Sharky? Is that fair?
Yep.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he felt like he needed.
Part of it was I would go in and I'd raid and kill his stone miners too.
Ah,
So there was that
okay.
issue going on too. But what I'm just
okay.
telling you for future reference, Sharky, I need you to get your food and your wood stable before you even touch stone and gold.
Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, Sharky, I would do that no matter what. Actually, for you, Sharky, I would say your first 3 TCs should be all basically mostly on the food and wood situation. I would literally just say that for you. Like, always do farms and always do wood. Farms and wood. Now, the only thing you have to be kind of a little bit cautious and careful is depending on the main force you are going to be building, it's more food heavy, then you don't have to hit wood as hard, right? But if you're gonna and or depending on if you went more balanced, like Japanese, you were going actually more balanced economy, to be honest, to be fair, because you were doing more like trebs and infantry. Trebs and infantry is what you were primarily, and trebs take up a lot of wood. So to be fair to you, like, you needed to just make sure that you were kind of like on balance. I would still have gone like 2-to-1 ratio, really, because even though you did have trebs, you know, you would be plowing through infantry a lot. So I would still make sure that you're doing that.
7 minutes later, you went down the wooden lumberjack, bro.
Yeah. Okay, so that delay kind of like was kind of like yeah, that over time can hurt because you were building all those trebs, and that the trebs is really what. By the way, Sharky, the making a lot of the trebs is what really hit your wood. It wasn't even the pipes; it's the trebs that did it. So, whatever. I mean, yeah, you know, yeah. I'm noticing that the stone patches are gone, but the wood was untouched. Salman. So you're right. That's exactly what happened in mid. Okay, whatever. Like that's understandable. I mean, you know, the reason. So the reason I'm just making this trying to understand this a bit better is because I'm trying to look at the balance and what the 3v2 situation was for Shoaib and Logan. So before I even showed up, the question I had for Logan was, like, technically when Fassel wasn't in as much number and he was going against Salman. I guess, Logan, you didn't feel like you were by yourself at that point. Like, you felt like you had Munsef and Sharky's assistance at that time. Fair point?
Yeah, this game was it was interesting because they had, I think Shoaib even like he told me to like hold the horses because I wanted to go push, and I kept asking, "Is everyone ready?" And I think we definitely hesitated. Like we waited way too long, and I think because Munsif, I forgot. I mean, this is definitely because he was in the jail, whatever, and he has to pop out.
Yeah.
He didn't have anything, so it's like he has all these resources. He needs to build production to then even be like, because I'm already.
But technically, he
I
was
can
slow.
do
He was
both.
going to be slow because he was like in a siege, and you know. he
Right,
was
right,
gonna-
and then Sharky. I'm not sure. Like it wouldn't be the same thing, but I think basically we were kind of off from like that kind of sense of like the whole arminess. Like I wanted to push, but I'm like I'm not gonna go by myself.
No.
Like,
Good,
like,
good
it's
call
both-
on that. Good call on
So
that.
so it was
Right.
it was good that they were like we gotta wait. So.
Okay, so that was growing moment. I'm glad, Logan, you didn't charge in and just die and put more pressure on your teammates. And they actually had the presence to kind of say, hey, we're not ready. To me, that was great.
It did happen though, like maybe 2 times.
What? That he charged it?
Anyway,
Oh.
But that was later, right? Or was that was
well,
early?
one at the end and one initially. The problem with the first one is that I was engaged. I think someone was pushing me from the edge, left edge, and you went by yourself.
Oh, because I think I thought Sharka was with me. Yeah, and then you were occupying. Like I think
Yeah.
that it was
Yeah, I think-
Fassel over there, all the red. I was like, okay, well Sharky and I, if Fassel's
you know what
occupied over
happened?
there.
You
but-
died and Faisal followed you where on the opening that you made, and he came back and destroyed everything behind you.
Yeah.
Hey, so that, I mean, whatever. I mean, that's okay too, because at least you can account for it. That dying is a little different than like, hey, just sending them in and they're dead, and then your whole team's under pressure. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, and I called for the other thing too is that humans can't make stone walls. So I was like, you're gonna have to handle that and to make a wall. Like I can't do that. Like I can't, because I know that's my side, right? And I'm just like, you're gonna have to. Yeah, you made a town center. That's your, like, you did that. So you need to make your own wall on that. Protect your town center. I can't. So that was kind of.
You know that Munsif has a degree in architecture.
Well, I mean, he did. He built a wall.
I know.
When he said, "Hey," like I can't remember what, like he was just like, "They're pushing over here." I'm like, "All right, well, let's just defend it. Like build a wall. Like I can't do anything about it. Sorry."
Right. But well, to be fair, he got it from in Africa, so you know he's got like multiple PhDs.
Yeah, it's impressive. Cool.
You know, like when those Nigerians come over here and then they're like, "Hey, I got a PhD in this and that and the other." They got all those degrees. That's what I was getting at, bro.
Oh, well, I don't know that.
Yeah, I know you don't, but he does have a PhD. He does have one.
Yeah.
He's a doctor.
A doctor.
Love doctor. Okay, so I mean, hey, not too bad. How did you guys like the balance?
One thing. What happened if maybe let's say if we do it next week?
Okay.
Sharky takes my spot.
Sharky takes.
And when he comes out, he comes with his.
Well, well, listen. I that's what I had suggested.
Well, you got to listen to the comms though that or not the comms, but we were discussing before. Because to me, I wanted Sharky. Well, first of all, this game was a challenge, right? Like it was a test for them to get better at multiple fronts. I mean, so it was nice to see that they're like making gains. Because clearly, I mean, months ago, Munsif like I can only focus on one front. I mean, I didn't hear that. He didn't say anything like that this time. And then like Sharky, I mean, doesn't talk as much as that, but still, like I didn't hear him complain about, oh, I'm still struggling mid. Instead, it was like he was sending guys left and mid, so that was nice. So to me, it was a good challenge. It tested them, and I feel
to be honest, I liked that you ended up putting Munsif there and Sharky out, because if Sharky goes in the back, he still doesn't.
And then that's what
he doesn't get better really.
I was explaining that he would just like chill, and it's
Yeah.
like whereas Munsif, I feel like he chills, but there's a point where he has that ego, and then he'll start going, and that's what happened.
Oh, that
so.
one, I think that was more fair to like the 4v3 also, right?
True, agreed.
Like I felt like Fassel got a better chance to play also. Right? otherwise, I think it would have been a bit, maybe a little bit more overpowering.
True. I mean, the thing is, I have to do more. I don't want to do. It stops from the 3v2. You know, I need that the quasi 3v2 attacks with you know, one player being locked
Yeah,
out.
I mean that's what I called. I mean, I told the team in the first game. I said, you know, Sharky's the main factor for us, right, and how we use him.
Yeah, so one thing I need you guys to do every time Sharky builds his first TC, maybe even his second TC, remind him, full Q that TC. He'll be okay then. But
I said a couple times, keep making villagers, guys. Keep making villagers.
that's
But
fine.
yeah.
But I'm looking at the end game, man. Bro, he had 8 farmers, 0 lumberjacks. Like, I don't even know. Like, there's no sustainable economy out of that.
He sent his villagers as a kamikaze. He was Japanese.
Yeah.
Okay, so that sort of like explains a little bit more, you know, like some of the stuff. I think that actually the Munsif looking on 2 sides, being put, you know, in that position. By the way, just so you know, because Munsif is locked, he has to be mindful of where he builds and how he builds too. So it's not really a bad thing for Munsif to learn how to space and be efficient and effective in what he's doing. And it does, and I think it's good for Sharky to be out there and be a little bit under pressure, not like under too much pressure, but a little bit of like, hey, you know, I gotta, because Sharky has no reason to be fast if he's locked, but Sharky has reason to be a little bit faster if he's like, you know, like, hey, I gotta do this, you know. I know Sharky knew he needed to like defend mid, so he knows that, like, hey, pronto, skippity skip, I need to do this. It's just that sometimes he does it at the expense of his economy, but I think it's not really a bad thing to keep him out. Like, I actually think, like, who made that call, by the way? Shoaib, you did?
Yeah.
No.
I think Logan did it too. I think we both. Logan
Yeah. Very good. I think that's a great call. I think you guys should, you know, like, we should continue with that, because to me, it makes a whole lot of sense.
Because I think the first game, I felt like, you know, we had, you know, like a battle here and there going in mid. So I was kind of like telling the guys the second game that strategy-wise, I don't want to necessarily waste too much pop in mid. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we contested and kind of like defend that front, and then basically still push hard on Logan's front, right?
Right. Yeah, as long as you're balancing the attack side and defense side, right? Like as long as you're figuring out, it's just that maybe the defense side is sort of like the scope is a little longer. You know, the field is a bit longer. But other than that, though, like, yeah, like, to me, that's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of fair. And on our side, I think Fassel did a better job this time. He wasn't like as going scout heavy and moving horses. And getting maybe a little bit more acclimated in the map. Had like a couple of things that, you know, I directed him he needed to do. He kind of worked the magic on the couple of things that he did need to do in order to get his eco up and running without and I think that's fair, like overreacting, overcommitting, whether it's on scouting or like the resources. So he kind of started managing that a bit better. And then it's worth defending or worth helping. Right, like, that's worth helping. So to me, that was king. In the first game, Salman made some errors too, where he overly committed on one side and stuff. So it was kind of like, you know, so on one side Salman did some overcommitting, and then on the other side Fassel did way too much on scouting, and then his economy was like in shambles. And actually he didn't have his market up. Like, he didn't even have that he was just struggling overall, like, you know. But second game, able to kind of like, you know, they both kind of like addressed some of their own issues that they had, and you know, it kind of worked out. Remember, Salman was still trying to get his awareness level. He's trying to learn the awareness. So it was good to see that he was a bit more aware of his teammates, aware of the map, aware of like, hey, I can't just go, you know, balls to the walls on a certain attack. Fassel kind of like worked his ego again, and then was in a position where he actually could do something. As opposed to, I don't have anything and I ran out and there's nothing for me to do. Literally, there's nothing, there's not much to say at that point other than like work your ego, because a call out at that point where you've got 0-0, like not much of anything going on and there's an enemy in the front, it's just like, okay, thanks for that communication, but in that instance, that communication's like not helpful at all because your economy's in shambles. But change it up in the second game, much more useful, much more effective. You know, again, had to in the 3v3 had to go multiple roles. He kind of did the nice mix up of the conquistadors with the pallies, so that was kind of nice. Did really help Salman out. Salman just was going heavy on, like, he just needed to, even though he had his onagers and stuff with some trebs, but Salman had to like literally just have all infantry. I believe he was like, that was his strength, but I mean his most of his army was just like, I gotta protect my stuff and I gotta have that infantry. So it was just kind of interesting because Logan had that those archers, you know, those archers were hurting a lot. So I'm just saying, like, so that's why it was kind of interesting for me to see. Fassel did build a couple of bombards, but it was kind of like interesting to see because I thought that Logan combination of army before I showed up still had a little bit of an upper hand in the Salman kind of dynamic. But there were some other issues that you guys were experiencing with siege and other things and some delays, which made the game much more spicy and interesting. So it just kind of like worked out. And mind you, Salman on his own still couldn't, like, it's not like he was going to overpower or be able to do all the things by himself, right? Like he needed Fassel tremendously to even to give him a chance to be able to do some damage. So again, the other team, you guys did a great job. Second game, same thing here on our side. So everybody kind of learned like something. So that's why it was very interesting to me. You know, the death ball. Let me ask you something, Logan, and this is a question for Munsif, Shoaib, and Logan. And I'll start with Munsif first. What, in your mind, after you had your chat in the lobby, in your mind, what was the death ball going to look like? On Logan's side, do you know?
Okay, so what was I was paladins, and then secondary with the archers, and then Munsif was gonna have like, what was it, the Celts? If we needed more paladins, he could make paladins, but infantry too. Not as heavy as Sharky though. Sharky was gonna go halbs with his trebs because he was Japanese. And then so I was gonna go kind of more archer, and because we're trying to do the dual, not dual role, but like kind of have more than just one role. Don't just make one unit. Like, so we're trying to make it so, like, okay, I'm hurting on like food or something, I can still produce my wood and gold units or something.
Right.
And so that was kind of, so that's us three, and yeah, Shoaib's kind of left to do his own thing on his side. So
okay, before Shoaib goes, Munsif, tell me, is that the army combination you thought?
Yeah, that's what we discussed before, and that's what was supposed to be.
Let me ask you something, Munsif. Did you get to it?
We didn't get to it. I mean, it was spread, that's what I mentioned. We weren't all synchronized. If we were all synchronized, at least the 3 players, and we pushed all together at the same time, we would have did more effect. But it didn't happen most of the time, it didn't happen.
Okay. Shoaib, did you feel that was the case?
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't really comment as much. I need to kind of increase my awareness of the other side.
Shoaib, are you saying that you had no real idea as to what was going on because you were so busy on your side?
I mean, to be fair, it's not like I was busy the whole time. I just felt like I needed to do which usually I do, but this game I think I didn't do as good of a job, where I need to be kind of like keeping an eye out more so on the actual battle on the other side, right?
I see. Okay.
So, like, to be fair, I can't really comment on that.
Got it. But you guys did discuss the plan of the units that you were going to have.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I was telling Logan about going humans, right? Because I think initially he was wanting to go something else, and I was like, well, humans we get the archers too for Saman's house,
Right.
right? Because I know it was Slavs. I was expecting him to go heavy infantry and siege, right?
Right. Fair enough. I mean that's fine.
Because the initial comp I told Sharky was to do more like halves, Trevs, and some cav archers, right? But then when you pick the Meso Civ, that's when I kind of like changed the comp for Sharky, right?
Okay, but then why were you guys talking about scorpions? When I heard Logan speak about it and when I heard Munsif just speak, none of them spoke about scorpions.
Yeah, I think Scorpions wasn't gonna be like our main like part of the death ball necessarily. Scorpions I think was just like a comment we were making that hey, if Munsif and I happen to be like in the same area, you know, like so, you know, like I said before, like if he's already producing onagers and stuff, then I wouldn't like be producing onagers as well, right? That I would be doing scorpions and rams.
I see. Okay.
But I think we
Okay.
never really got to that stage, really. I mean, towards the end of the game, we got to that a little bit fairly, but that was like barely, you know, low.
Yeah. Okay, so there was no expectation of you to really be there. Fair?
Not really. I think if I was there, it would be a bonus, but not really like an expectation to be there.
Understood.
necessarily.
I think
Understood.
the scorpions were based on your Civ, but since you picked Miso Civs, we didn't have scorpions anymore. If you picked maybe another Civ, maybe we would have used them. But the scorpions were optional, it's just based on a call if we need them or not.
I see.
In this case, we didn't need them.
Okay. And what would have, you know, clearly there's some things that could have been different with Sharky's economy and all this stuff, like what you learned about. Did anybody help Sharky with resources, or did we ever find out if he was struggling on
No, I
producing
think that's
military?
something I think we did maybe an eco check early here and there, but I don't think necessarily did an eco check in the mid game as much as we should have, right? But you know, I think that's of course a mistake. We didn't do like force the eco checks middle of the game, and then B, I think you know the other thing is that of course if someone is struggling, they have to proactively communicate that, right? Like you know, like I think at one point maybe I needed a little bit of food or something, and the Logan needed something, right? So like him and I were like saying, hey, you know, does anyone have this or that? But I think from Sharky's side, I didn't hear any.
Yeah, I threatened them. I said, "Hey, you need horses? I need food. You got to give me give me food if you want those horses." And they're like, "We need those horses." So I got food.
And then I think also I think I should be doing more to pay attention to the scores as well, right? During the game a little bit more.
I don't know. It's not really. To me, honestly, the
I heard-
scores aren't as that important. To be
I
fair.
heard Sharky did say he was having wood issues, but then like he said, "Oh, I'm fixing it or something."
No,
So
at one point he said he fixed the wood issue. I
Yeah.
remember hearing that.
but then obviously it can come back. and
His
stuff.
problem, if you guys heard what he said, was really that he built he had space issues, and part of the space issues was that he built his third TC and he was collecting stone, but then that wood area, he never really attacked it. So basically, he was running out. He didn't have enough space. So actually, Sharky made space in mid. That's where he actually built his barracks. He was producing his military, his infantry, all in mid, and he was sending them on the backside, all the way to you guys. By the way, just so you know. So when actually he lost his mid build production, that's when you noticed Sharky was not like he didn't have any place to build. That's the so he didn't have those barracks. Like he didn't. Where was he going to build barracks? So he maybe had 1 or 2 barracks trying to produce, but he didn't have much other than that. Sharky, fair enough. Does that kind of like what makes sense? Like you lost a lot of your production. So you see, even though he maybe even had resources like gold and food, and maybe wood was a problem at some point, but I'm telling you, because he lost mid, he lost his production. So now you've got a guy who has to produce infantry with maybe only 2 barracks instead of maybe 5 or 6 that he had before. So that's what really hurt. Not that maybe Sharky didn't even have the resources as much as Sharky just didn't have production, and he couldn't find in the hodgepodge. You know, Munsif, like you were saying, there were so many buildings everywhere. It's kind of overwhelming to figure out like where the heck do I place my building? What do I communicate to the other guy to destroy? How do I, you know?
Yeah, but not only that, I had to make a decision which kind of military I should produce first. So that's what the kind of buildings I have to make first.
Right.
Do they need the infantry first? Do they need siege first? So then I have to make a decision based on that.
Well, to be fair, in your case, you're screwed because if you're going siege, you're gonna have to build the infantry as well. You can't just go alone.
Yeah, but I have to play the ratio here. I'm gonna
Sure.
do one building of siege.
Oh,
one
understood.
building of
Yes.
of infantry. Yeah. It for me it was critical. I didn't have much space and I had to make a decision.
Well, that's the other interesting thing with the 4v3, right? Technically, I mean, we have an advantage in the numbers, but then technically,
Here we go. Here we go. Here it comes.
More
The
cramped in the space, right?
Here it comes. There was one guy who was gonna call it.
No, I mean a solution, because I called it in between the two games. I called maybe we should make our houses behind. Like that
Yes.
would help.
Mhm.
You see the
So,
corner
so,
that
so
you
that
guys
was
did
that
anyway?
was one thing. That was one thing that even Fassel called out. You know how he built his houses in a way that made it like you couldn't even build. So actually, Fassel then he changed the orientation and built his houses a bit in the backside. Munsif, to your point. So basically, they weren't like in the stack in the middle, taking up like critical real estate where even allies could not build. So I'm just saying, like, that was another thing that I kind of forgot to tell you guys, that yeah, that was a mistake that Fassel made, but then he corrected in the second game by giving himself, because actually the way he built the houses, he couldn't even build farms because he stacked them. So he literally needed to orient his houses a little differently, and then it kind of worked out. Like, he figured it on his own. So I'm just saying, like, that was a thing. Munsif, to your point, that is very important, because if you don't do it, like, you know, if you don't do it that way, then maybe you can
The
be in
reason
trouble.
I'm saying it because I was in the same spot before. I remember in the previous maps, you guys told me why you.
Yes.
That's the reason why. So I learned it too.
True.
Hard way, I guess. So yeah,
Yeah.
you make a lot of space in the front. Yeah, I mean the only tragedy here, if it happens, if the other teams come and sneak in, let's say Faisal likes to do that. He comes with rush of cavalry to you, and
Right,
destroy your
right.
team. But you have to be prepared. You should have enough defense there so you can.
With the
you can
pikes and
protect
everything,
yourself.
correct.
Yeah, with pikes, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's fair. That's fair. So learning the spacing and figuring out who's going to build what. I guess, because all I'm saying is this. Shoaib, since you have like more of that whole side, you know, at least that mid side, they needed to be more purple in the mid side. The thing is, he had no room and he ended up going in the front. He got pushed into the mid, literally into the mid space where the stone is, as opposed to having buildings in the back. Because he was so much in the front, he couldn't figure out where to put his buildings. So that's really what was really, that was really it. So what I'm trying to tell you guys, it was really the mid hit, which is really what made the thing that Logan was talking about, that he had to compensate for Sharky's lack of infantry. So my only other thing would be is Sharky, like, my suggestion is like economy number 1, and then number 2, you need to call out like proactively from your teammates, just like, you're cool with identifying, like, you got great game sense and you identify the units that are really hurting the team. I want you to be able to call out, like, if there's things you cannot do and they're expecting it of you, like, at least make a call out and say, hey, I can't do this because I don't have production or my production's taken out, or something, so that people can be ready to kind of like deal with that or even help you with that. Because I think it's going to be very important for you to be like a critical part of the team, and not just kind of like sitting around like, hey, I only got 2 barracks here. And I know, it's not like he didn't do anything, by the way. Like, he used his castles to produce the samurai to account for the lack of production because he didn't have as many barracks. So that's why he went straight into samurai. Which, not bad, it's just that it's a castle unit, so it's super slow. not like a barrack, you know. So that was part of the issue. But overall, hey, overall I thought everyone did good. So how did you guys like the format of this with the one player being locked in and it being kind of like a 3v2 ish? And then I put some AI in there to, it's not like the AI was a big deal, right?
No, that was fine.
Okay, so it's not too bad.
Better than the boars.
Oh, now that you said, do you want me to add boars?
Not with the bombards. Hell no.
Hey, man, just put them together.
Oh
I
my
know.
God.
Munsif loves the boars. Munsif
Ugh.
loves the boars.
Boars
Just
underneath
put
the
boar-
towers, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Put
for
boars
sure.
from-
If I'm like in the back, I won't care much about the boars. So
No, we're gonna put them in
Don't
your
worry,
in
he
your
comes
area,
to the
man.
back for you.
Yeah, put him in it.
As you put some lions for him too in there.
Oh snap! He'd be like, "What is this? What is this?"
I think lions are nicer than the boars. I mean, the only problem with the boars is the sound that they make. I don't have problem with
What?
What?
I hate how they have so many hit points. They take so long to kill.
He doesn't
Yeah,
care.
but
No hit points.
the,
Ugh.
the grounding things, that noise that they make. I have to reduce the sound so I don't hear them anymore. So
What about the elephants?
That's
Did
my
you like the
problem.
elephants? I felt bad killing
Well,
elephants.
Eating them is haram. Not listening to them.
well, I mean, for me, it's even hearing them, it's
Jeez.
Oh my god!
I mean, it's annoying sound. Seriously. You guys
Really?
don't hear them? You don't hear them like during
All
the
right, I'm getting
I think I have
tired,
it maybe
guys.
turned off
man.
or something.
Oh, I don't know. For me, I do hear them.
Yeah.
Can you mute animal sounds?
All I know is he didn't care about the hit points. He didn't care about like how much army he needs to spend on taking it out.
Now we know how to kill them. That's fine. Yeah, maybe before, but now we know. But the question is, the thing that you don't control is the sound.
Dude, we should totally play a game with. Can you Oh, what was it? I watched a clip of like the 256. And the guy had trebs, and he like artillery strike from one side of the map to the other.
Oh my god!
Could you imagine the computer having that? And like Vince is like, "What? It's taking me out."
You're all about that. It reminds me of the that game, Salman. What was that game? Super. I forgot the name of the game. So Shoaib played that game, man. Even Munsif played it.
Supreme Commander?
Yes, where the artillery hits the other side of the map. It's similar, except now with Trebs. Munsif is like, "What the hell is this?" I think he was mauled on that.
Hey man, you haven't seen the real artillery until you see Supreme Commander 1 artillery.
Oh yeah, it's
That-
kind of crazy.
That's insane.
Jeez.
All right, guys.
All right,
Alright.
gentlemen, it was good. We salvaged the night. I'm hoping I'm hoping that next Saturday at least we'll start around 10:30.
And some
Yeah,
other
yeah.
issues.
Oh yeah, and the map, yeah,
Yeah, I
whatever.
think the
like-
games are really fast today. They're fun.
Yeah, and I expect the games to be fast generally, like relatively speaking.
Mhm.
So I mean, hey, I think the balance works. I think the stuff works. I may change a couple of things just to keep you guys on your toes. Now that you know how to deal with the Turkish towers, we gotta mix it up a little bit because you guys are slacking and chilling now.
That means there is some boars gonna
Lacking and chilling. No, man. What do you mean?
No, once if you know
I-
what that
I
means.
We can't change anything else in Ramadan, man. Keep the towers and that's it. The Turks gotta stay.
I'm telling you guys, just forewarning, man. Some hero's gonna make an appearance.
The llama. Yeah, what if you put, you know how like you spawn with in random map, you spawn with like llamas to kill? It's like one of them's a hero one, and you're like, oh no.
I actually messed up once, and I actually gave that to Salman instead of a regular llama. He got the hero llama.
He gave me
He
two of them.
literally, I was like, he was like, I was like, bruh, you need to kill them. He's like, no, but first let me do a number on him. Then
No,
it was kind of like crazy.
What I said was, let me listen to them because these. dudes
Oh
are
yeah,
funny
true.
as hell.
Yeah. They have like some,
Jeez.
you know, they have a
Yo,
very good voice.
Yo, you
Funny
delete them,
voice.
you delete them. Oh, I'm dead. He straight up says, "Oh, I'm dead." Like what?
Yeah.
So I was
The
playing
the
around with them because the voice is so funny.
Yeah, they're very good. They're very funny. Because you guys never really got them, so you guys just got the regular llama, so you only hear the regular voice. But those guys are like wisecrackers, big time.
You
But
had that one map, and that llama just went like ham on us, and we're like, "What is killing us?" We
Oh.
couldn't see it. It was in the middle of the map, and it was like,
I see.
I think there was the computer had like a wall around it or something, and there's relics in the middle. So like, yeah, we were like, all right, send some siege and stuff. But then that llama just, we're like, what is killing us? Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah, so I may do that a little bit, just a bit. So you guys will, because to me the advantage there is you'll know how to you'll know how to take it out. No, not llama thing.
Okay.
Just don't make the Bombard Towers like Portuguese, because I already struggle enough with the Turk, man. I sent the first game, in game 1, I sent all 3 scouts, and they all died. Even microing them too. Sharky's like, you just gotta micro them zigzag, or no, and I'm like, I'm still doing that.
I kept telling Sharky to repeat that for Logan.
Yeah.
I suspect that the AI leads when it fires its bombard cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta move it right. Yeah.
Yeah, it does, and it also is based on the tech. One of the techs in the university gives it.
Only the
Yeah.
Portuguese gets ballistics. On
Yep.
gunpowder.
Yeah, so that can.
That's
really
why don't
hurt
make
because-
them Portuguese. Yeah, if you made them Portuguese, I would have a fit.
Thank you for that little tip.
You would already know that.
Nah, but I wouldn't do that. Like I am gonna probably put in a couple of forces. But the only thing that has bothered me with the enemy units though has been that I don't think it's happened that often, but it has happened one time where the AI just goes into this one corner. But to be fair, it was in HD, so I don't know how the AI is gonna react this time. But I'm not gonna make it like super crazy, but just enough to like you have to kind of like deal with it a little bit. Because I think now that you guys are just like doing the Rams, it's kind of brain dead. You're just kind of brain dead, going, "Oh, Ram, do my thing, no issue, no problem." I don't think like it's putting enough pressure. Like you know how you played the first time and it was a little bit of pressure. Like you guys had a little bit of pressure. You don't have that kind of pressure as much, and so I want to add just nothing overpowered or anything, nothing like that. You're gonna have to like freaking dedicate all these resources, but you do need to get the right counter units and fight that. So I'm gonna put like a little bit of defense there, just nothing crazy, but a little bit. So just kind of keep that in mind for next time, and I'll make that update. How did you guys like the map, by the way? You guys generally, everyone kind of felt like pretty good.
Yeah. I think we just got to work on the spacing, but other than that, getting to the resources and stuff, there's definitely a time gate and stuff. So
yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm not gonna change the map then. I'm just gonna modify it a bit here and there, but not really change the. We'll kind of stick with this map for a bit till you guys tell me like, hey, I'm kind of tired of this map and let's switch the map. And we can kind of like work some other map. But now I'm gonna make them more like 4v3 oriented with the AI making an appearance and kind of like balancing it out a little bit. So it should be okay. All right, gentlemen, it was kind of cool, kind of great. So next week I'm 10:30. We should get on.
Or earlier. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. I think 10:30 is like, hey, Shoaib, and Munsif, 10:30, right?
Yeah.
I mean, after Tarawih, it should be like 10:30.
Well, plus I think the civ picks have been getting much faster, so that helps, especially with Fasol's automatic.
He doesn't want to deal with the crap now. He's like, that's it.
I picked Mongols twice too, so I guess I'll stick to them also.
Oh shit! Maybe I should go Mongols too.
But before you can auto pick Mongols, you need to work on your siege play, sir. The shit needs to shoot, not move. It needs to shoot.
Oh, dude, you should have called. Yeah, I heard me. Saman, like, he sent all his like scorpions and everything. I'm like, you need to attack move. Don't just send them in, like. And you just surrounded you and Fasol, just demolished them. And I think Eagle Warriors were there too. Oh, it was sad.
It happens. I mean, at least like he's he's kind of figuring some of those things out and learning some of that stuff. So
Well, I was thinking like, how do you? Because that was when we were complaining about all the buildings. So I think Shoaib kind of he sent them, and he was just like, they're not going to get there.
Yeah,
And so by the time they got there, it was like he told it. Yeah, it took his eye. Yeah, and that's why I was like, if you're going to do something like, just do attack move or something, because at least they'll have a chance to do something. But at the
Right.
same time, like they won't be complete fodder. So
True.
yeah. Because instead they were just walking like they were just
plus to be fair, Scorps are like hella hard to freaking play with.
Yes.
They're just tough.
They do their own shit. Scorps do their own shit. I don't know what it is. They just... Oh, you want to go
Yeah.
right? I'm gonna go left. That's a Scorpion.
Yeah, their hitbox, not having hitbox, and then when you put them in formation, it kind of artificially makes a hitbox, and then you start moving, it's like even worse. So I'm just saying, like, it's nothing like necessarily an onager.
Yeah, and then
So just keep that in mind.
when they, unlike every other unit, the Scorpion actually comes out on defensive stance, but it feels like it's on aggressive stance when it's on defensive stance. That it's just weird.
Yeah, because the Scorpion, like, I don't know if you guys noticed, if you have your pikeman and you put him on defensive stance and some unit comes a bit close by, the pike is going to move forward a bit, and then if he goes out of range, meaning his aggro range, he then goes right back to his original. So the Scorpions are sort of kind of doing this as well. Problem is that they just, because of the hitbox, because of where they were initially coming out and where they ended up staying, they end up just like helter-skelter, and their pathing is so garbage. Like, their pathing is actually one of the worst, and apparently still continues to be trash. So that's what I was saying, like, Scorpions are not that easy. Like, you do need some experience to play them and even have a chance. And the fact that they stack on stack, like I'm telling you, that's not good. Like, the stack on stack is kind of like makes it worse. So it's kind of like, anyway, kind of hard, but whatever. Like, you guys will go through that experience and figure out some of these quirks and stuff. But imagine trying to figure out Scorpions with no space, with Siege. Oh my god. That's like even worse. So whatever, we'll figure it out. I'm glad that we're all kind of enjoying, and I think slowly but surely we're all kind of like learning the units, the pushing. We know at least, and now we know what we want to try to push with, even though we don't have those units there. But that's kind of cool. Like, we're all kind of figuring it out. So kudos, guys. Really good job.
Sharky also got to play
Sounds
Sicilians tonight. So.
Sharky got what?
He was
Play
playing the
Sicilians.
Sicilians.
Hey, I wanted to ask Sharky, what was that all about with the Sicilians? Did you watch a movie or something, or you just wanted to play them, or was it a campaign?
Well, I think
He pulled the double.
I was thinking about the
Watch The Godfather, I guess.
castle, I think.
What? I didn't hear that. What?
What about the special castle, the dungeon?
I see. Got it.
Yeah, he was gonna go infantry too. I mean, it's like whatever. Let's play. It's the first game. Usually, our first game is the kind of the warm up one.
It's always lopsided one way or the other. Like, somebody just messes up really bad, and it's very darn quick. It's the second time we play. Like, the second game we play is usually the kind of the game that everybody's kind of like on point generally. So it's a known thing, especially on a new map, expected. So we'll see how that, whatever.
Yep,
it's all good.
All right, guys.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All right.
Good night. Good games.
Night.
Good
Thank you, Logan, for showing up, man.
Yeah.
All right,